everyone. I think it's time to start. People might be still arriving a bit late, but hello everyone. I am Rita Lavikka, research team leader at VTT Technical Research Center of Finland. I have had the pleasure to coordinate Accord Horizon Europe project since, well, the past 3 years. Quite some effort, 21 organizations, 11 European countries. Lots of hassle, lots of good results, and I hope you are also excited to learn what we have done during this project. Okay, but let's take a look at the agenda for today. So we have structured the day into 3 sections. So and in each section we will discuss certain topics. For example, in the first one, it's about AI in building permitting, and then following usually 3 presentations, 15-minute presentations, we have a lovely panel discussion, moderated one. So this is the one until around 11, and then we'll move on to the next one after coffee break. We focus on lessons learned in the demonstrations. And again, a nice moderated panel discussion. And then the last part at the lunch, we will focus on policy recommendations based on our results. So how does this look to you?
Okay.
Okay, so let's continue. Perfect. And we will present the panelists later on. Okay. So Accord comes from the words automated compliance checks for construction, renovation, and demolition work. So this project has focused a lot on software development to do compliance checking as automatically as possible, but also digitalizing the work processes behind building permitting. And this has been our vision from the beginning of the project. So we believe that the building permit process should be transparent and resource efficient, both for the building permit applicants, but also for the building permit authorities. And in order to do this in practice, we think that there needs to be a cloud-based building permitting system, which automatically does code compliance checking. Kind of magic happens behind the curtains using APIs. So our concept has been that there are microservices conducting this automatic compliance checking. These building permit services should also enable neighbor hearing and also to view the building design within the city model for better city planning. So this is how we have said it. So how we have structured our work is around semantics and interoperability. So we have created a semantic framework, which is then in practice, we have a cloud architecture based on these microservices, all connected via APIs and also semantic models. So semantics, because otherwise computers don't understand the information that we humans understand. Okay. Here you see a quite simple maturity framework towards automatic code compliance checking. And it starts from the paper-based exchange. And many European countries are now at the online step here. So they might have an online service which allows the submission of the design in PDF format, and then the authorities make the compliance checking manually. However, there are some countries that now have systems, online services that allow the submission of the design in IFC format, which is the information exchange format in our industry, and also to conduct semi-automated code compliance checking. And in the future, we think that our design data should be more integrated with city models in order have a visual view on how our surroundings look and how should we build in our surroundings. And in order to have this one, we need to have our codes and regulations in machine interpretable format. As you know, because now they are usually in PDF format, so the machines can't read it. And just sorry, I forgot to mention some housekeeping issues. So here are some exit rooms in case of emergency, and also there. The toilets are there behind that room, just walk straight there. And there's actually microphones all over this room. So if you start whispering or anything, that will be heard online. So just that you are aware. But it also allows us to discuss here. So just raise your hand. Also, online audience, Larissa is looking there. So please just ask if you have any questions at any point. Okay, then I have one slide, like an overview slide about all the Accord results. Just a little bit like background. So in order to do automated code compliance checking, you need to have two streams. One stream is, of course, that you need to have your building design in a structured format, as I mentioned, this IFC format. And then you have to have your regulations in a machine interpretable format as well. And then you match them and you get automated compliance checking, looking quite easy. But in order to get there, we have created, first of all, a lot of educational material for you. We call it starter packets. So for municipalities, for designers to start doing digital building permitting. And then we have worked a lot on this part to formalize the regulations into machine interpretable. So first of all, we have created a rule formalization tool, which allows a hybrid way to do this formalization. So there's a manual way utilizing RACE, and we will have a more detailed presentation afterwards. And it also allows an AI approach, specifically natural language processing approach, to formalize the rules. My colleagues will tell you more about that a little bit later. In order to have all these methods enabled, we have created an ontology based on previous ontologies supporting our work. We have made a code Accord data set, which is based on English and Finnish codes. So we did that manually in order to make sure that our AI tool is utilized in a correct way. So it's our like base data. Then we have NLP models and frameworks also. And then what's also one of the impacts in our projects is a building compliance rule language, which we have also created to make it happen. Okay, after all this technical work, we have created also these microservices, for example, to do building lifecycle analysis, error codes, urban regulations, land use, lots of them, and demonstrated them in 9 BIM-based building projects around Europe in 5 countries. And then finally, we have made some policy recommendations and transformation pathways, so how these countries can take the next steps towards digitalizing building permitting. Then I have a few slides about these results in more detail, just for you, so you get these slides afterwards, so you can take a look at them. But so here you see a visualization of the semantic framework. So basically, it's a blueprint for starting digital building permitting. For that, we have created a cloud architecture model. We have the software components and 2 integration strategies for that. Here you see a visualization of the components, quite technical ones, and then microservices for urban regulations, life cycle analysis, error code verification, land use checking, timber construction compliance checker. So lots of microservices helping this compliance check. Okay, and then one slide about this regulation digitization, because it's one of the key impacts of our project. As I mentioned, there is this rule language that we have created, the ontology, and this AI-assisted approach. And there's more detailed information in our reports, and Edlira and Thomas will tell about a little bit more about this. This code set, I'm very proud of it. We used quite a lot of resources to have it, so it consists of 864 curated sentences extracted from the English and Finnish codes and regulations, NLP models and NLP frameworks to support the work, and of course lots of articles based on the results. Okay, just some advertising. So all our results can be found on our web pages. I have listed them here. There's links to all of these results on this slide. And then I also have to advertise our teaching and learning material for you. So we have created a lot of nice YouTube videos for you to check out and learn about our results. And we have had 3 webinars this spring to help different stakeholders to take our tools into use. Yes, and of course articles, lots of them. Okay, and now we can move forward. So there's a QR code, and we are encouraging everyone to take your phones and read this code. We have 2 questions for you.
So let's start the questions.
Yes. Okay, the first one is a little bit like a warming up question. So, where are you now? And of course, online audience is also encouraged to. Okay, perfect. So no wonderlands, but
Netherlands, Romania.
Okay. Oh wow. So we have also from Romania, Norway, Slovenia, Netherlands, of course. Yeah, great. Someone is lost. Well, hopefully after this seminar, no more lost. Okay.
Croatia.
Yeah, Spain also. Yeah, really nice.
46 people.
Yeah, and 47 people online at the moment. And yes, great. Okay, and let's take the next one then. So, and then we would like to learn a little bit about you. So if you can answer which professional role you have. So there's academia, solution provider, municipality, or government. Okay. Solution providers and academia are quite even.
Solution providers.
Okay, perfect. But really nice that we also have from government and also applicants and yes, municipalities. Okay, great.
Just to let them know that they can put the questions in the Q&A.
Yeah, and so as you probably noticed, so during this day, you can put all your comments and questions through this Slido system, and Larissa will follow it up. and we will raise all questions. Are there any questions at this point? And there will be 3 presentations, and then Thomas will moderate the first panel discussion.
Sure. Okay. Right, good morning everyone. Thanks Rita. As Rita said, my name's Tom Beach. I'm a Professor of Built Environment Informatics at Cardiff University. As part of the Accord project, I've been primarily responsible for the rule formalisation process and how we go from PDF documents that contain regulatory text to stuff that can be executed in a machine readable way. Following me, we're going to have 2 of my colleagues who will give presentations about what I'm going to discuss at a high level in more detail, and then we're going to have a moderated panel session with all 3 of us, and then a few of our external guests as well. So what I will ask is we won't take any questions at this point, and we'll field all the questions on the 3 presentations during the panel session. So my presentation really is going to start to talk about the Accord vision for supporting the advancement of digitisation and building code. So what's our strategy in Accord to go from, as I said, a PDF document that's nice and readable for a human to something the computer, the machine, can actually make sense of and perform compliance checking of. And to deliver this, we came up with the Accord regulation digitisation methodology. And one of the things that's really important to notice, and one of the things we worked hard on, is we've come up with 3 pathways for this. So we had a manual pathway, which is where stakeholders, so this is people who are expert in construction regulations, can use our process to convert their static documents into something machine readable. And that's important because this process is not targeted at people like computer programmers, software developers, anything like that. It's targeted at people who understand the construction regulations. We also have an NLP, an AI-based pathway, where we can go automatically from the documents to something machine readable. And then, very importantly, we have our hybrid approach. And the idea is actually, what we found is that the AI elements, you can't get all the way automatically with enough confidence to actually go, oh, this is fine, it will just work. Okay, the technology isn't there yet. Okay, construction regulations are too complex and sometimes too vague and too unclearly written in many cases. So we felt it was important to also have a hybrid approach where you can do some elements from the manual approach and use some elements from the AI-based approach, using AI where it's good to automate the laborious, boring tasks, but still leaving the human able to get involved in the more complex cases. And this methodology has realistically 5 steps to it. We have our first step, which is converting a document from something that's flat to something that's machine readable. This is really just about extracting the text and the structure of the document into some open standard that our other tools can manipulate it with. We then have methods to actually turn this into something that is executable. Now I'm going to talk about the manual approach. I'm going to leave Adlira, who's following me, to talk about the AI work. And to do that, we made use of an approach called RAISE. And RAISE has been used quite extensively across the sector in this. I've deployed it with colleagues in the UK. It's also been used in places like Singapore. So the Singapore e-plan check system was considered one of the first attempts at doing this, and that used RAISE. So it's a well-established process. And one of the things we sought to do was not reinvent the wheel where it wasn't necessary. But then what we also found is actually RAISE on its own is probably good enough for the vast majority of clauses. But there are some really complex clauses. And taking the view, which was the Accord view, is that we shouldn't have to rewrite the regulation for our approach to work. Our approach should work with the regulation as written. We found that in some of the more complex cases, we needed extra power. So we had some expressions that we could offer to deal with the more complex and difficult to understand clauses. And the final step here, which is actually common across all three processes, is mapping this to modelling. And what I mean by that is, when you do this process, you develop a set of terminology and a set of decisions that exist in the semantics of the regulation. And what I mean by that is it uses the words and phrases that are used in the regulation itself. But what we have to do is link those words and phrases to things like data in IFC models, processes, simulation software, etc. And that's what we did here. We're mapping those phrases to different pieces of technology that can make decisions about it. And so that is the Accord methodology that we did. Now, to go into a little bit more detail about the manual approach, and unfortunately in the time I've got, I can give you not much more than a whirlwind tour, but on our website we do have YouTube videos and stuff where I go into this in more detail. It's probably first interesting to talk about RAISE. Now, when we run our approach, and we've developed various different techniques to do this on a PDF document, the first output we get is something in a machine readable format, which essentially reproduces the text of the document and its sections and subsections content. Okay, so that is machine readable. It's a document, we can manipulate it with a computer and with code, but it doesn't have anything to make it executable. What we do with RAISE is then add a load of metadata that forms highlights to it, and then it looks something like this once you actually applied RAISE to it. And each of those coloured bits of text and each of those coloured boxes is representing logical relationships between terms in a document. And each one of the highlighted pieces of text corresponds to a decision, a single decision that needs to be made. And that's what RAISE is about. It's about identifying the individual decisions within the document and then mapping those decisions together to form essentially a formalised relationship between all those decisions. It's like saying you must do this and this, or you could do this, in the very simplest case. And how this works is by identifying each decision point, it lets us then work out how we can make that decision. RAISE doesn't really document, doesn't provide any information on how each individual decision is made. That is left to other elements of the Accord project, which we'll discuss a little bit later. But what it does do is map all these decisions together. So just to give a kind of a high-level example, in this slide here, I've imagined that this particular regulation has 5 different decisions that we need to make. And each one of those decisions will be mapped to one of several ways in which we actually decide whether that is true or false for a given regulation. It might be as simple as looking up a piece of information in an IFC model. It could be running some sort of geometric calculation in a piece of software, and we integrated with Celebri and Clearly BIM to be able to do these sort of things. It could be running some sort of simulation package, i.e. an energy simulation. It could be calculating some sort of complex calculation, and we developed a tool that did CO2 calculations that fed into this. And that's what the RAISE is doing. It's saying this is where this decision is, and then in the background we have these mappings I spoke about that relate that to each individual piece of software. And what the Accord framework, which we're going to discuss in a little bit, will do is essentially orchestrate all of these together. So if you imagine here that I put 5 decisions in there, but for the sake of space I've only put 3 actually in here. Each of these decisions could be made by a different piece of software. So the idea is here, okay, the Accord framework acts as an orchestrator, and it sends off a request to one particular tool to come up with a decision, say for decision 1 on the previous slide. Then once that decision's made, it might send a request to another piece of software, and we call these pieces of software microservices that will also come back with a response. And then there might be a third decision, and again that might go to another piece of software which does a calculation or something and then sends a response back. And by breaking it down into these individual decisions, we have a system that in essence, integrates lots of different software that's needed to make an overall decision about a given construction regulation. And behind the scenes, this is what these sort of decisions look like. And I kind of written a few as examples up here in the slides. And it's very, very simple kind of comparisons. And what we found is about 80% of them are just like variable, some sort of equality operator, and then some sort of value to say, is this particular piece of the building external, true or false? Is the width of this greater than 1.2 meters? Is the type of this a house? Okay, and then we had some more complicated ones involving first order logic. And what we found is kind of the last 15% of these clauses did have some really quite complex semantics. So in order to capture them, you do need a bit more elements of complexity. And some of the things that we've developed is a rule formalization tool that my colleague Gonzalo is going to talk about in a minute that implements this process to make it accessible for users. So thank you very much. That's a whirlwind of the Accord digitization approach. I'm going to hand over to my colleague Idlira now, who's going to talk about the AI elements.
Good morning, everyone. I am Idlira Bakay, a very recent professor of applied AI at Birmingham City University. I will talk about the AI bit. 4 years ago, when we proposed to use NLP and AI to interpret the regulations, that felt quite crazy. But here we are, and talking about AI as one of the main sessions here, actually. Now, how did we use AI in this project? It was focused on the regulation interpretation, and you see in the red, this is the portion of AI, starting from making meaning of what we have in automatic compliance checking, then using natural language processing in order to interpret the regulations. We went also to use other technologies until we were able to produce a repository of rules and clauses that are machine readable and machine executable. But what is inside all this methodology? Now, in terms of AI, we have been experimenting with natural language processing and then with large language models, which are not different from each other, but I asked ChatGPT to produce a relationship between these two. And everyone talks about large language models now, but actually is part of the natural language processing that we have seen many, many years ago. In Accord, there was no LLMs when we started, so the first approach for us was to use the traditional natural language processing, which is extremely challenging, I must say. And then the second approach was to use state-of-the-art large language models. I'm mentioning state-of-the-art because we have tried to experiment with every large language model that was coming up month by month and week by week. Now, starting with the first approach, just to recall again the methodology that Thomas mentioned. So now we are in this NLP process. With NLP, this is the pipeline that we had to go through in order to be able not to interpret the regulations, but just to be able to generate a graph from the textual input. So it will start with a document, then we had to pre-process that document so that we can extract the sentences. Then after that, we need to extract more detailed information from the sentences. Then we need some other post-processing, then an alignment with the ontology, and then we can reach that stage of the rule generation. Now, behind that process, there is an ontology, the AC3PO ontology that will make sense of all the concepts that we have in compliance checking, that will map the life cycle of the permitting process that will also help us classify all the sentences that we find in those documents, because not all the sentences are rules. Some sentences are just definitions and so on. So there is a network actually of ontologies behind that process. We have reused as many ontologies that we could. We have also aligned to high-level ontologies so that this becomes really a semantic web-based solution. Coming back to the NLP part, more detailed work is how we extract this information, and we had to develop a number of NLP models about sentence classification, entity recognition, relation extraction, until we reach this stage that from a sentence, which is a rule, a clause, we generate a graph, which is the interpretation of that sentence. I want to emphasize a big challenge that we had about generating this machine executable portion, because it's an interpretation. It's not just a conversion from text to graph, because typically in AI we convert that easily just by picking the names and relationships, but here the position is quite different. It's totally a different story. Maybe you need to get the last word and to bring it as the main word in the graph, but let's not go into that many technicalities. Now, in order to enable our NLP models, a collection of NLP models to work, of course, we needed a data set. There was no data set, and the annotation was extremely difficult. I don't want to use any other words. We have engaged more than 20 experts, and the challenge was linked to the previous problem that I mentioned, that it's not a typical annotation where you just have to highlight some entities and some relationships, but the way you have to highlight them and to reposition them, it needs to be from an expert. It is limited in the sense that we have not covered all the regulations and different languages, but it's a great starting point. It is open source, and then other researchers or other future projects can make use of those. It can also be used for other partial tasks. So even if we don't want to focus on full interpretation, but we want to use it for more smaller tasks like just entity relations or other tasks, it can be used. These are some statistics about the data sets. Again, it's open source, it's on GitHub. There are publications associated that can also help you on how to replicate this task. There is also an annotation manual that others can use it for other languages or other purposes. Furthermore, even this data set was not enough. So we had to create a methodology on how to create synthetic data so that our NLP model can perform properly and better. So SnowTech, you will find it again in publication, is a novel methodology on how we can generate synthetic data for this challenge. Again, technical details on this, and again, the methodology can be used for different smaller tasks apart from the interpretation. And many resources, it's also in Hugging Face and GitHub where you can use it, reuse it, improve it, and work on it. Now, this was the first approach, traditional NLP, if we like it. Second approach, using large language models. Initially, we started to experiment how we can use large language model just to do the race tagging. Thomas has helped a lot by giving us 25 samples that were already annotated from previous projects and from this project. So we have done a lot on that regard. Again, the models are out there. And the final approach is the one where we took the documentation and we can generate machine executable regulations written in BCRL, which is the Building Compliance Rule language that Accord has produced on top of the AC3PO ontology. It's a YAML format. There are interfaces to it that experts can use very easily, and Gonzalo will talk more about it. But final slide from me is that we are aware that there is a responsible AI that we need to adhere to, and we are very careful about the principles. So we want to make sure that our output is reliable and experts can use it. Now, what has been our thought and thinking behind it? For the NLP approach, this is much easier. So we had data set, we had ground truths, and at least we can let the expert know that this is the accuracy that we were able to provide. It. It's on the expert to accept that lack of accuracy and move on or not. For the LLM part, through the tool, we have followed a human-in-the-loop approach where the expert will see the YAML output and will make a decision if that interpretation is accurate or it's good for his assessment, and then approve that interpretation to go to the final repository or not. Here, of course, I understand there might be debates like, but if the expert needs to put some additional effort to double check, is this time spent worth it, and so on? Yes, that is also another option that is debating, but most of the views that we have received from different workshops and interviews that we have held is that the experts have felt that they are being assisted. So this is maybe not 100% solution, but they are being assisted. And of course, they would prefer to have an automated approach compared to race tagging manually and all the manual steps. This is it from me. Thank you very much, and I will be very happy to answer questions during the panel session.
Okay, my name is Gonzalo Costa. I am a professor and a researcher from La Salle University in Barcelona. And I will introduce the tool that we created to implement the rule formalization process. So, the idea here is, as Thomas explained it, there is this rule formalization process that we want to implement using through a tool, no, to let users to perform all the process. So the idea here is that, as you remember, Thomas explained it, and it will also that the process have different steps. So the first idea here is that the tool that we created is allowing the users to perform each of these steps following different interfaces. So we created this tool that is accessible through this URL and is providing this transformation from PDFs to these machine-readable documents. So that's the idea. And the tool is providing this from the three parts that Thomas explained it, is providing two of them, the manual way and the hybrid way. So there are the two options. So basically, the tool is composed of these different interfaces that we explain in the following slides, but it's like a regular tool that you have to register and then create projects to make its transformations that you want to make to transform a PDF to these machine-readable documents. And then in the end, you will generate these machine-readable documents that will be uploaded to this rule formalization database that we created. Okay, so the tool presents these interfaces. The user can register and then can create projects. So to create a project, the user has to define a name for the project, then has to define a name for the regulation, which regulation the user wants to transform, then provide the URL about where is the original regulation available in the web, and then have to define the date in which the regulation was published, also kind of code in case there are different versions of the regulation to distinguish. Then identify or select if this is about international regulation, or is national, or is regional. Then the language of the regulation, the country of the regulation belongs, and then if you select the option of a region, this is a regional regulation, you can define also which kind of region is affecting with this regulation. Then you have to choose between the units. The system units is a metrical or metrical imperial. And then, in case you want to use the automatic way, you have to provide some key of OpenAI, because without that, it's not working the automatic way. So if you finish with this, the next step is upload the PDF that you want to transform in this interface. And then if you provide an OpenAI key, you can select between the automated option or the manual option. So let's say that we select the manual option, and then we will go to this interface. So here, what happened is that the PDF that you provided, the text has been extracted and is visualized in this interface where the aspect is more or less the one that you will see in some PDF viewer. So the first step here for the user is to select the sections of this PDF. So the system has to know that, okay, this PDF is structured in different sections, so you have to define the sections first. We provide this button that would title here that the user select, for example, this, that could be a title, and then pushing this, automatically a section is created. So the first job or first step in this process is create the different sections, or which are the sections, define the sections of the document. So when this is over, the next step is, okay, as Thomas said, if one wants to apply the raise method, you have to define the clauses of each part of the document. So the first part is using these tools here, is selecting the text and the clauses and say, okay, this is a requirement, this is an application, a selection, an exception. So you have to define, or you have to define all the clauses of the document. And then when this is over, the final step is define the raise tags. So what Thomas explained, that involves to select parts of the clauses that are belongs to one things that, or decision, or some expression that want to be checked. So this is together with the assignment of the BCRL code. So we created this BCRL code with the compliance rule language that define for each of the expressions the corresponding expression in BCRL. So this expression is the what microservices are able to process and check over the big models. So the tool provides some kind of inference system that, for example, if one select one sentence, and in this sentence involves, for example, one property that involves one comparison operator and also a value and a unit. So the tool automatically identify each of these parts of the expression and then create behind the equivalent expression in BCRL language. So more of the parts of the regulations probably are able to define through this mechanism. More easy when you want to define, like, for example, one property or one specific word that belongs to or is the applicant of the part of the regulation that applies to this path. For more complex expressions, like Thomas said, physiologic expression, we have this toggle that allows the user to type directly the code in BCRL code. So an expert user can define the expression directly typing in this kind of box. But this is more a few cases where this is necessary only. Okay, when this is over, and I have to say that this is when finish this step, it will be the same screen that if you choose, for example, the automatic way. So if you choose the automatic way, the system will provide something like this. But then the work is for the user to check if everything that is provided the NLP system is correct. So there is also this phase when the user has to be sure that everything is correct, provided by the system, and then go to validate. So the next screen, the validation, just show all the expressions that are defined in the BCRL code to be sure that everything is fine. Normally, the expressions are correct, probably because the program is behind creating these expressions. But if someone, for example, edit the expressions manually, you can check here if you make some errors, or maybe in the syntax, or maybe in the typing of the terminology that you want to change for everything. So if this happens, you can go back and change and then validate again. So with this over, the next step is this one in which the system is creating these machine readable documents. So here, this is more for audit, no? You have the option to download two files. The file that is the input that is provided to the system to generate the machine readable document, and the output. So you can see if everything is okay. Normally the user is not checking, maybe it's more for technical people that want to be sure that the generated code is correct and everything is fine. Okay, and finally, this is the last step, this is the URL where the machine readable document is published. Then if everything is fine, the final step is publish the document to this rule database. And I think this is over. So thank you.
Marissa, do we have any questions?
Right, so if I could invite Adlira and Gonçalo to come back up and join us, and our panel members for this first session. To come and take a seat. So the way we're going to run this session is I'll first ask the panel members that you haven't heard from so far to just introduce themselves briefly so you know a little bit about their background. And then we're going to take some questions either from online via the Slido or from people in the room. What I'd encourage people to do is to either...
Oh. Okay. Έπρεπε να έρθεις.
Don't know what that was. We can ask questions as follow-up to the Accor presentations, but I'd also be keen for us to have a bit more of a discussion and perhaps ask some wider-ranging questions, because we've got experts here in various different fields. So to start off with, I'm not going to ask Gonçalo or Adlira to introduce themselves again, but if we just kind of go down the line, and our new panel members, if they could just introduce yourselves briefly.
Yes, hello. I'm Oriola Brauli from Fraunhofer Italia. I'm part of the Czech project. We have worked mainly on Work Package 1 and a little bit on Work Package 2. Regarding mostly the mapping and digitalization of the building permit process. And I am here also mainly because we experimented with large language models and artificial intelligence building, firstly, interaction tool supported by a large language model for process mapping, assessment of the digital maturity and building the roadmap. And also we use the large language model in Czech to translate and interpret the accessibility regulation based on the methodology that the University of Brescia had built. So I'm going to speak about that and answer your questions regarding the topic today. Thank you.
Robert?
Yeah, kia ora. I'm Robert Amor from University of Auckland in New Zealand. And I'm part of the advisory board for Accord. But I've been working on automated code compliance checking since the 90s. And you might say, wow, that's a long time. But remember, they've been working in this area since the 60s. One of the very first IT applications in construction was looking at code compliance checking. So I do a lot of work with NLP as well, and very similar approaches to trying to translate regulations into code. And I've been working, I'm the editor-in-chief of the IT and Construction Journal, so see a lot of the work that's coming out from academia across the world in this area.
Thank you. And Ruben?
Hello, hello everybody. I'm Ruben Verstraeten. I've been working as an architect, so I've got my own practice and, as a part-time position and a part-time position at Ghent University at the Department of Architecture and Urban Planning. I've been engaged in the DigiChecks project, which is one of the sister projects of Accord, where we focused upon the development of a building permit ontology. So we went one step higher up, trying to be a little bit more top level. And the DigiChecks project also developed a platform to engage into permitting. I've got the pleasure to be equated to the department from this summer as a 100% professor, finally, so I can sacrifice my body to science. Thank you.
Right, thank you everyone, and thank you for joining us. Okay, so I've got one question online, but I'll open up to the room first. Does anyone in the room have a question they'd like to field? Okay, so I'll take the question I've got online on Slido. This is quite a wide-ranging question, so we'll probably hear from multiple panelists for this. But this question, I'm going to read it exactly as it is on the Slido, is: regulations are not straightforward and leave a lot of room for interpretation. How can AI be trusted to choose the right interpretation? So that's a starter question. But I mean, I think this is one where we are going to need to have all the panelists chipping in. So, Robert, do you want to start off? Have you got any thoughts on this?
Oh, thank you, Tom.
I know.
I think the simple answer is you can't, but you can't trust humans either. We know from the work that's happened in this area that when humans try and translate regulations, they have very different interpretations. The database that you put together, a curated database, I'm sure you had a lot of quality assurance that you needed to do in that, because when you get humans going through the regulations, they take different interpretations of them. And so I think we face a very similar problem to dealing with humans on this, is that the actual interpretation of those regulations in an automated AI-based way is not always going to be consistent, and we need to have ways of checking that. And I think the human in the loop approach is really the best approach that we have now, and something that we're going to have to use for probably decades to come.
Lira, I'll pass to you.
This I can even prove it by practice that yes, it cannot be achieved easily. And in the task actually that when we were doing with the NLP annotation, we had 3 annotators for the same sentence. And then there is an approach that we call it the agreement of the annotators. And the agreement was always very bad. So we didn't manage to have a good agreement by 3 different experts annotating the same sentence. They were having different approaches to how they would interpret that.
Okay.
Yeah. First, I'd say that we don't need to trust the AI. That's not where maybe we should put the focus. But we have to admit that it's a great help. So there we can leverage it. And I think the problem is not the AI, but more of the human generated regulation. No? So I think AI and humans have to meet halfway somehow. So from one side, AI is a great, I don't know if I can call it tool, but is a great help to translate and interpret these regulations. But on the other side, it also points out where these regulations need to be have like weak points or need to be changed or adapted. So both sides have its time to meet halfway and improve from both sides, I would say.
Okay, thank you. Ruben, have you got anything to add?
Sure. I think it's in my opinion, all the research which is going on is mostly from a technical point of view, which is in fact the easy part. I think the hard part is the user. I think we got a next project, because I'm just starting, so I'm looking for a job. I think the next project, I think this really got to be the main focus, that the human part in the whole technological, in the technosphere, where's the exact position, and looking for ways to communicate your rules between machine readable and human. For example, I guess we don't expect a permit officer to write checker code. So what's going to be, how can we think about means and tools to mediate the both sides of the story, I guess.
Okay, thank you. I've got, oh, go on.
I was just going to say, I think one of the other things that we know about our codes is that there's 3,000 codes and standards which are applicable in construction, and no one has unified those in terms of consistency. We find all the time inconsistencies in these codes that the humans haven't found, but I think the AI models will find those. And so we have this opportunity of getting much better codes and standards by running AI over them to find those inconsistencies, improve the terminology, because we know the terminology is incorrect across these 3,000 codes and standards. So I think even if we can't trust what they're doing, I think we're going to get much better codes and standards in the very near future as we start putting AI over the top of them.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Do we have, we got a follow-up in the room. Yeah.
Question, I've been involved in Accord project in those demonstrations, so applying those. And to me, it seems that there is plenty of ontologies, there is plenty of efforts to create some rule languages, how to proceed. I mean, that should we have some way, at least a European way, how to represent some building code related regulation that could be presented on some open rule language. How to proceed, how to consolidate this.
That's a very difficult point I had, because I think even in academic research at the moment, there's no consensus. And I mean, you see people working around the world. For me, I work in the UK, and I think I take a slightly different approach to Robert. And your approach in the US has got in New Zealand, and there's guys in the States who take a slightly different approach again. But I think it's a really important question, and I'm just going to follow up because we got a question online which is kind of related, so maybe we can take the two together from the panel, which was, according to you, are these models mature enough for municipalities to use yet? So I think that the question the person is referring to kind of the models that we've developed, or either in Accord or in other projects, the models to do this kind of digitization of regulations. But also we could look at this in terms of the wider state of the art. So I guess the question is do we think this sort of technology is mature enough to actually start to be used out there in municipalities, people's result? Lera?
Yeah, of course I have to say yes, because these are the tools produced by Accord. But in honesty, actually, I think the rule formalization tool, not only it's very good for the interpretation, and again, even there is if there is such a worry about the AI, there is the manual approach that they can use. But also, I know that there is huge interest to have these tools to write the regulations. So maybe not to have them written once with low quality and then we try to interpret them and to make them better, but to write them from the start using these tools.
Viola, do you have a view from the Czech perspective?
Yeah, about the maturity, I would say that also at this moment I cannot say maybe 100% yes, but we are on the way of working to do these tools to reach maturity, and also this can be reached by testing and validating and having feedback from especially from the municipality officers. So I think it's a new way to go, but I think it's definitely the way to go, because so far we have had good results from both our tools, from the virtual assistant that is helping municipalities to map and assess their processes and help them to clarify their way towards the digitalization, but also the other tool that interprets the regulation. So far, it has proved to be quite efficient, even with it requires for sure the human in the loop, but the results are way more efficient than the 100% manual approach.
Okay, thank you. Robert, I don't know if you, from your more wider perspective, have got any views about the maturity of this sort of technology for actual use yet.
I don't know how you can make Europe get together and choose an approach, but I think going back to your point in your presentation about the 80-20 rule, most of the checks that people are doing in the municipalities are so simple. You know, that you don't need a trained engineer. I mean, they're looking at every room like this, which has, you know, occupancy of more than, I don't know what your rules are here, but in New Zealand, 20 people. Does the door swing outwards? Why do you need a trained engineer to check that for every room where you have that much occupancy? That's the majority of the checks that people are doing. And so I think that 80-20 rule says that, well, why don't you get the computer doing those very basic checks, leave the really interesting and difficult checks to those trained engineers, the things that we can't do very well at the moment, and we just automate out the rest of that. And so I agree, I think we are ready to do it. We're not going to do everything, but we can take a huge amount of that workload off the municipalities so that they can focus on the things which are really important about the buildings that need to be checked.
Yeah, and in addition, we've got some standards if you're looking at formalizing rules or processes. We've got the building process notation, model notation. We got the decision model notation. And a bit to my own surprise, I didn't see them boarding up in none of the projects. None of this, not in Accord, not in GigaChecks. Well, a little bit because I tried, but and not in Czech. So I think, and that's one of the, in my opinion, it's a possibility. It's a start as a kind of at least graphical or visual interpretation of your rules. So you don't need an engineer. You can, the very simple rules can be formalized and communicated by those standards. So they are out there. But okay, let's pick them up, I would say.
Thank you. I mean, I just will mention one thing that's come in online, and it's not really a question, it's more a statement, and I think it really aligns with what Robert said. Municipalities and government officials expect someone to come in and do this for them, whether it's a person, a consultant, or an AI, but in reality, they just need to start doing it themselves, taking the tools that people develop and doing their low-hanging fruit, exactly that sort of thing. I know in the UK sector, there's hundreds of checks checking the U values on specifications of windows and the U values on specifications of doors, checking whether a fire door has a given certification. It's all completely trivial stuff, and stuff that we could automate easily today. In terms of the European thing, I mean, I really hope one of the things we might be able to do once all three of the projects come together is see if we can convene something for people to talk about and take the best of the three projects to come up with some route forward. And I hope it'd be, maybe that's something the European Commission could support or facilitate in some way. I've got another question online, and oh, hang on, this has moved. Sorry. And the person has written, it's not a matter of whether we want to use AI or not. There's going to be some people that will always use it regardless of how good or not good it is, doesn't it make it more important to teach AI? And I think they're referring to the people in the municipalities who will need to use these kind of approaches. I don't know if people have views on that. Do we need to improve this sort of education that we do in municipalities?
You mean education in training the?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I think what the question's getting at is people working in municipalities really don't understand any of this stuff, and if they don't understand it, they can't exploit it, in other words.
In terms of all the results of Accord, but I trust also the two other sister projects, there is so much educational content that has been prepared for everything that has been produced. And not only the webinars and the video recordings, but also every tool has its own documentation, how to use it, how to work with it. But another side, how I would look at it, is that they can also help AI to become better.
Yeah.
So also in the approaches that we took, one was the active learning. So how will the users help the AI become better or become more tailored on that the needs on that municipality or that region?
And I think it's a question for the whole profession,
Yeah.
not just for the municipalities. I mean, everyone needs to learn what AI is and how it works, and it's going to affect everyone's profession. So if you don't have a good understanding of how AI works and its strengths and its weaknesses, you're not going to be effective in your position. So I really believe the answer is yes, they do need to learn something about it before they start using those tools, so that they know what its strengths are, they know what they can share because it's going to be gobbled by someone's large language model. Just all of these basics about how you use AI and what AI does is knowledge that everyone needs to work in the world today.
Anyone else have anything they want to add? I've got another. Do we have any other questions from the room? Oh, Pasi.
Yeah, I think representing the receiving side of this, I think these things are only validated when they are actually implemented. That you get the BCRL and then you implement it and you find that it doesn't actually work. Right? We have had many back and forth with Thomas that, okay, this term is not coming. I mean, this is the one that I should check, but the logic coming that is faulty. So that's a, like if we have a corpus of these trained NLPs, and we should also have lots of validated test models that we can say that, okay, here we have these terms that evaluates to this value in this model, and that would be a big improvement to be able to make this work.
And I guess it's kind of related to what you've begun a bit with Code Accord, isn't it? Getting a database of terminology together, which I think is one of the first things, but I think there's probably need for more.
Yes, so one of the outputs of the Code Accord data set was this vocabulary of terms. So a rich vocabulary of terms that I totally agree it needs to align to other terms or how that is defined in other contexts, because it was quite also interesting to see that the exact terms in the compliance checking were used differently, and then when you find them again within the build environment, they have a completely different meaning and concept. So, but yeah, that was our start. So we have created a vocabulary of terms from the regulations that we processed, and that needs to continue. But I believe that is also a community thing that can carry on. I don't believe that any single project can achieve that mission, but yeah, that would be good that that can be continued.
Anyone else? Is yours related or a follow-on?
more separate question.
Okay, I'll come back to you in just a second. Peter, have you?
Yeah, well, I had a question because when we are progressing from human written regulations to machine readable regulations, we are obviously going from many interpretations to one that we select that is, we believe that is true, and which is kind of, if we want it or not, it is changing the way how the buildings are going to build in the future. The spread of different variations is just reducing, which means that the mistake is going to propagate much faster. The robustness of the whole system is going to decrease. I know that Elira mentioned that we have now these 3 people independently checking, but I was wondering how in other projects this was addressed, this kind of issue.
Ruben Audio, do you have any points from the other projects?
No, it wasn't, in fact. In the DigiChecks project, we didn't dive into the regulations as such.
Okay.
So that, no. We focused upon the procedure, far more on the procedure of permitting. There are no, there were, in that sense, it's completely complementary to the Accord work. And I think it can integrate nicely. We should look into this.
Is there anything from Czech on this?
Yeah, we did have them reviewed. In our case, we only focus on the accessibility. So there were 30-something rules that we experimented on, interpreting them with AI. And we had them checked and reviewed by the municipality, 4 municipalities of Czech, and on the other side also from the software houses, because what we did is we extracted from these rules the parts that referred to objects and machine readable rules, and also try to match them with the IFC schema. This is where the weakest point were, and we got most of the let's say errors or reviewed parts was on the matching with the IFC schema, but still I think the result can be improved. So I think we had a good result.
Did you have something?
Yeah, and I had another thought. Of course, there's a building designer, there's an architect engaged, no? So, and I think the final product is the result of a conversation between designers, permit officers, building owners. So I don't think we're gonna evolve into one template for a building. That's I'm not that concerned about.
No, I was more thinking like we are evolving to one interpretation of a specific rule. Which could still like narrow like the variation.
But in the case of is the direction of the door swing correct?
Yeah.
That might be a good idea to move into one direction. But I think it's so complex. So that other questions are so complex. So I don't see the need to narrow down there. I think it's not possible.
And I guess for some of these, the philosophy we take, I mean, the codes are the bare minimum that you want a building to support, not what you're aiming for. You know, and I think often we want to make sure that buildings do more than that. So yes, let's standardize the interpretation of the bare minimum of what you want for a building. But I think most of your designs are going to extend beyond that.
Sure.
I'll leave it to the architect to say that.
Sure. That's my point exactly.
Vladimir, you had a question.
My question is, practically speaking, how can we take this forward? What appropriate goals are there? In the last 2 years, GraphWise has been working very diligently on Gen AI, in particular in relation with knowledge graphs. For example, a very big project on natural language querying of electrical data, but it's much easier there because there's not this fuzzy natural language question to, natural language statements to deal with. And I guess maybe also a question to DG Growth, or here's an idea. There is a current call application of AI in public administration. It's more for e-government services, but I think we could also make a proposal for. There's another call applying AI to ease the regulatory burden in any sort of area. These calls are with a deadline of the 2nd of September, so it's pretty close. But yeah, what does DG Growth think in terms of calls? In the presentation there, I saw that digital building logbook was put with a question mark and in italics. Is that now cancelled by the Commission? Because I believe that digital product passports, they're a hugely important growth area and also for construction, right? And if you can step on some knowledge graphs, like firm information about some things, then that's your anchor to also try and deal with the natural language.
I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't have any inside knowledge, and I think that most of the panel probably don't have any inside knowledge on what the. But does anyone have any thoughts on any of that with the EC, or maybe this is something perhaps for a lunchtime kind of discussion?
There's also huge investments in AI continent, in AI factories and AI antennas and data experimentation labs. Even in Bulgaria, they won a 95 million euro project with another, to be matched with Bulgarian funds, to beef up the Bulgarian supercomputer center with a bunch of GPUs. So I mean, knowing Accord and knowing how hard it is, how much GPU power it takes to train and to prepare data sets across multiple languages, and also the diversity in which sort of the same things are expressed differently by the different countries. It's a huge work ahead of us to make this really good.
I do agree. Does anyone have anything they want to follow up on? Because I have got a few more online questions, and the next online question mirrors a question I prepared in case we had a shortage of questions. This one is isn't it the responsibility of the legislator to design their regulations in a way that makes them automatable? And I've got an anecdote on this one to kind of do. When I worked in the UK, we did some work for the UK government on the accessibility regulations, and their view was, these are our regulations, they mustn't be changed, the technology should come to the regulations. I also did some work with National Highways in the UK who maintain all the road building regulations, and they took the attitude is, okay, we want to make our regulations as automatable as possible, tell us how to rewrite our regulations to make them automatable. So you've got the two ends of the spectrum there. What are people's views on this? What is the right approach for this sort of thing? Ruben, I'll start with you if you've got any ideas. A difficult one.
Yeah, well. Okay, well, let's just start with the low-hanging fruit, yeah. I guess. And you even see it always, that's even at our work, we always start with accessibility because, okay, we're checking doors width and corridors or something like that. But then, okay, let's start with kind of atomic stuff and make it more complex until you run out of, I think, until you got the wall of complexity bouncing your head against. So probably the answer always boils down to the human in the loop thing, I guess. So, yeah, well, keep it that.
Robert, have you got any views on that in your work? Have you experienced either ends of the spectrum?
I'm a computer scientist, yes. So but I do human-computer interaction, and you know, really, the approach that we push is that the computer serves the human, and we shouldn't be changing our language, our tools, the way we do things in the world just to suit the computer. And you know, and so my philosophy very much is, build the computers, build the systems so that they support the human. Don't change the human to make it support the computer.
Okay, that's fine. Have you sort of encountered these sort of issues in Czech, or have you? What was Czech's kind of strategy here?
About the accessibility.
Yeah, about have you made changes to the regulations to assist with automation, or have you tried to keep things as is?
No, we did not want it to intervene to that point. We took the regulation as it is, and we tried to interpret it the clearest way possible. But of course, there were ambiguities, and this remained as points to be discussed, further discussed with municipalities and lawmakers. But yeah, I must say this is the wall that we encountered, and we stopped there.
Okay.
Let's say, but
someone's put a follow-up online, which is kind of, I can relate back to the Accord methodology, and they said, well, how do we deal with contextual interpretation? And I think the answer to that is always that we're talking human in the loop, and we always get human in the loop. I know in the UK, I always remember a particular clause that says, this should happen unless circumstances are truly exceptional. And how do you do something like that? How do you know when something is truly exceptional? And I spoke to a building control person, and he says, well, I've been working in 15 years in the field, and I've never had anything that's been truly exceptional. But yeah, I've got one final question, because we've got, I think, 3 minutes left. It's a very broad question. We can't deal with it in its generality, so we'll answer it in terms of just the AI. What are the most important topics that have been revealed in this area, but we are not able to tackle or solve yet? Leo, I don't know if you've got any views in the AI work we did. What would you say is the most important thing that we weren't able to actually solve at this time?
With the large language model part, it felt like you can solve anything. But again, trustworthiness is the challenge. If we talk about the NLP approach, that can take years and many projects to get out of it, because again, it requires a lot of data. We included just the English regulation and the Finnish regulation. It's the whole Europe that it's not covered, different languages that are not covered, so it's endless. And it's not only the regulation interpretation. We have also tried to see at other things. So how do you communicate with BEAM or IFC with the natural language way? How do you conduct the checks with AI? I think that there are ahead of us many problems to still solve, so that we can say that with AI we are done with automatic compliance checking.
Joanna, have you got any views from what Czech found?
Yeah, from our side, the problem we struggled more was mapping with the IFC schema, so a technical problem in this case. Because we saw that the LLM, we used the one from OpenAI, was not so familiar with the IFC schema, at least the latest one, and it needed continuous challenging and support to do the right match. So more of a technical problem from our side.
Gonçalo, we haven't been able to come to you yet, but I'm wondering if you've got any concluding points to make on this question.
Okay, so I think the technology solved the problem years ago. So I think that what we are dealing now is how we want to approach solutions, or how we want to approach the problem in general. Like, for example, the ambiguity, no? Most regulations involve ambiguity. So how you deal with that? So one way to approach maybe is to say, okay, I can rewrite the rules, no, to avoid this ambiguity. But there are rules that provide the ambiguity on purpose to let the interpretation. Then, if we want to address some automatic checking in this case, I think it's difficult, because if you narrow, like Peter said, no, in the beginning, this interpretation in the codification, then you need, in the end, in these microservices, resolve this ambiguity. So it's difficult. Or unless you have to let some kind of solution to this microservice, ask to the end user to, okay, I have these 5 scenarios. Which one is the one that you want to address? Or the one you want to select, no? To say, okay, this is the thing as a human, no? The way that, or the check I want to resolve. So many things here. So, yeah. But I repeat, I think it's not the technology problem. It's about the human, how the human involved. If you want to go to municipalities, you have to explain what is BIM, because some municipalities even know, oh, I'm working with drawings. And now you jump to AI, no? But I don't know even what is BIM, how these all techniques, all these technologies, the basic technologies for generating models. So it's a long path for me.
So we're at the end of our time, so I'll just give Robert and Ruben a chance to just answer this last question, then we're going to have to draw a line under it and move on, and we'll happily take more questions before we can grab one of us at the coffee break or the lunch. So Ruben, do you have any final points to make on that?
Geometry, anyone? No. So I think, okay, but first of all, at DHX we didn't focus on the AI stuff as such, or slightly. But of course, I've got other hobbies apart from the DHX project. So one of my interests is I really want to dive into kind of multimodal approach. So you got your large language models, but I think we got to in parallel feed some extra data or information. But geometry is the hard part, but I think we can start by also using, for example, topological models, which are far easier to formalize in graphs. So that's an. But most important thing, and I think we're all going to repeat ourselves, is this research into the human in the loop position. Where does it, where and how, and what's the position in the technical stream?
And Robert.
So just one thing, I think Lira had a couple of points on one of her slides. We're getting really good with the NLP. We can manage the language in the codes, but all those tables in there, which have really important data, all those graphs that you have to do lookups on, all of those figures, we don't have AI that can process those properly yet. And I think that is still an area that we have to do a lot of development on. How do you understand those figures inside the codes and standards which show you all of the details of what you have to have in the building? And we have very poor ways of managing that, understanding that, generating code from that now. So let's have another project in that area.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Oh.
Yes, I have one thing to say. It's not a question, but just for you to know. At the Commission right now, DG Connect is drafting an applied artificial intelligence strategy, and they have asked us, they have identified different sectors in which artificial intelligence has a lot of potential. One of them is construction, and they have asked us, DG Grow, to provide some use cases of applied AI in the construction sector. We were thinking about this automatic compliance check. So we are gathering information. We want to know what is not just the potential, but what are the barriers and what policy actions could be implemented. So any information that you could have, please come to us, and we are more than happy to develop this, because this, if we manage to include it in the AI strategy, we are paving the way towards this. We are pointing out to this direction, so it can be very important.
Guessing that's something that all three of the projects will be very keen kind of feed into, so I think we will definitely do that. But I just want to thank all the panel members for answering questions. We'll have some really good discussions. Sorry I've not been able to do all the questions, but some of them seem applicable to later sessions as well, so we'll leave them on the sheet for people to hopefully answer later on. But thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
And next we'll have a 15-minute coffee break, so we'll continue 5 over. Are still getting some coffee, it's okay. But let's continue with the program. So we will have the next section, also 3 presentations, and then a panel discussion. And I will start with the first one. So this is about kind of lessons learned from our demonstrations. And the topic has been, where does efficiency and transparency come from? So we try to shed some light on that. In Accord, we demonstrated the solutions, the components, the code compliance checking in 5 countries, Finland, Estonia, Germany, UK, Spain. we looked at 13 machine executable regulations, varying from design codes to urban regulations, building acts, etc., in 9 real-life BIM-based projects. And these projects were varying like residential to non-residential, new building and renovation, and also we utilized IFC and CDGML, so these 2 data exchange standards. I will give you a brief look at all the demonstrations and then go deeper to the Finnish one in order to give you some more deeper insight. So let's start from the Estonia. So here we had a school owned by the Tallinn Property Department as a demonstration project. We focused on automating the code compliance checking of accessibility, fire safety and school requirements. So selected some specific sentences from those regulations. And we also experimented with this building life cycle analysis calculation, which was developed by my colleague. This is a visualization of how it looks in real life actually. So Future Insights Clearly BIM system is here and it's actually used in Estonia. And you can see how it looks like and how the results of the code compliance checking looks like in real life. So nicely visualized. That's about that, and we have a nice report on all of these demonstrations, and you can take a deeper look at them. Then moving to the German part, so here as the demonstration project we had the former Tegel Airport, and there are various sections of it, and we had 3 use cases. One was about land use permitting at Terminal B. It was related to planning permit. Then we also had environmental compliance checking regarding green building certification at Urban Tech Republic. And then also architectural design compliance of timber construction systems of the Schumacher quartier. In the green building certification, Fraunhofer used their own generis tool to do the calculation. And here you see a visualization of also our partners Ontotex database and some other Xplan GML. So you get a glimpse of how it looks like. Then moving on to the next country, so Spain. So here we had a cultural center and a production plant at the city of Malgrat de Mar. And here the focus was on urban regulations, specific ones in that city regarding planning permits. And here you see a visualization of Consul's tool actually. So really nice. This is the microservice doing this compliance checking here. Okay, and then moving to UK part. So here we had a modular house prototype and lightweight steel frame modular pods, both produced by Hadley. And here the focus was on structural integrity of steel components, so specific Eurocodes regarding building permit and a visualization of the microservice that was produced in our project. So those were the first 4 country demonstrations, and then we go to the Finnish one a little bit more detail. So in this case we had 2 courthouses, one located in the city of Pori and the other one in the city of Vantaa. The other one was about new construction and the other one new construction and renovation. We wanted to demonstrate this BIM-based building permit application and compliance checking of selected rules, and also about how to communicate between the building permit authority and applicants. And in Finland, we have national IFC requirements produced in previous national projects, so we use that as a basis. And we have now a new Building Act this year in Finland, and starting next year, this act will require the application, the building permit application, using this IFC format in those projects that the building has been designed with BIM. So it's a kind of a transformation time in our country, learning to do this digital building permit in practice. We focused on certain selected causes on accessibility and operational safety, and then also calculated the CO2 of both of those buildings. And we will have a forthcoming legislation in Finland that also includes CO2 limits for buildings. So we wanted to develop a tool that as automatically as possible could do the calculation. And if you are interested, my colleague Peter Radil is here, the key architect there. We also wanted to experiment how to put all the kind of required information that needs to be put to the National Building Registry, to put that information in the IFC and read it from there, so that the applicant wouldn't have to type in that data to the building permit system and find some efficiency from there. In this case, we just wanted to show you the partners. So we were leading, VTT leading, then Cloud Permit provided this building permit system service, which is which is running in Finland at the moment. We do have 2 building permit services in Finland, and Cloud Permit is other one. Then Solibri provided this code compliance checking, and in our demonstration, these 2 services were connected through an API. So the user only logs into the Cloud Permit building permit system, and then they can conduct this code compliance checking through this system. So even though the system calls Solibri in the background. Senate Properties, the state property owner, provided access to these courthouses, and then we had municipal building control in both cities involved, also the main architect and BIM coordinator. So moving on. So what is going to change in Finland is that there will be self-service part. So the idea is that the building permit applicant will go to the building permit service and do this kind of self-checking. So whether the design, the IFC file is in the right format, and if not, then the system will tell, and you have to kind of redo some parts of it. And after that, when it's validated, then you can do this code compliance checking before you hand your building permit application to the officials. So you can check whether it is valid, for example, within the accessibility or operational safety. And then when that part is ready, then starts this kind of collaboration, communication between the permit applicant and the permit officials. And we think that some efficiency comes from this, that the design is already compliant when the discussions continue. Okay, here's a visualization of the user interface of the Cloud Permit, building permit system, and another visualization of how it looks when you have done this code compliance checking. So you see green or red, okay, you have passed some and failed in some checks, and you can take a deeper look at the report. And yeah, it's a running service now in Finland, so you can look at it also. And then there's a nice video also how the system works in practice, so I encourage you to take a look at it. So this means that the users don't have to have like Solibri as their own service, but they can use it through this cloud-based building permitting service. Okay, and then some lessons learned from both the building permit applicants and the authorities' perspectives, and then let's start from the applicant's perspective. So this integrated service worked quite well, but there were some issues to be still, of course, developed further, like issue handling. So if there is some check that didn't pass, how do you communicate with the officials that is it okay still, or do I need to do something with the design? This kind of self-service part, of course, it improves the BIM quality, so the officials don't get that bad quality designs anymore because you can do it, this pre-validation and checking. But of course, it's a learning experience for the architects and others that are applying for the building permit, because they have to design their building in a more structured way. They need to learn how to do this modeling, and it's a lot of work, especially when we are now starting this process. So here it's a little bit too early to measure the actual impacts, but as in all transformation processes, it takes some time to learn new things. Yeah, and then what is required from the architects and applicants' point of view? So we need modeling templates, we need IFC exports in their native software, modeling softwares. And this transformation will take some time, and we need to be patient, and it was a nice discussion, panel discussion, which also touched a little bit about this educational part. In Finland, the Finnish Ministry of Environment has actually provided some funding to educate the municipalities, and I'm sure that more education is needed. And yeah, just a side note also that, of course, what our law is requiring is some new changes, but of course there are always educated clients, owners that may even set higher requirements for the BIM models. Because of course, in the end, I think we are all expecting that we could have more from this structured data to have some support for during the operational phase of the building as well, thinking about circular economy. So there's a lot of use cases for digital designs. Okay, and then, yeah, in the future, as we mentioned in our vision as well, I think all of this will help also better urban planning. So we should have the building always in the city model as well, and see how it fits there, and also allow the neighbors to see what kind of changes will happen when you build this kind of building here. Okay, then moving on to the authorities' perspective. So we made these interviews after our demonstrations, and let's see what the authorities said. So they thought that this automatic code compliance, of course, helps them in routing checking, which was also mentioned in the panel discussion. And I guess one of the key points in digitalization is that we identify those checks that make the kind of provide the best efficiency. So as an example, this door, does it open to the right way? I guess those are something that it's more easier to make. Yeah, and also the authorities, they think that they need some education also. So it's not only the applicants, but also the authorities need to know how the new system works. They hope that they won't need like additional services if they just have one cloud-based permitting system that is connected to other these kind of microservices, so it would reduce the need for other tools. And yeah, they had some development suggestions for the user interface. Then they think that in the long term there will be a reduction in the permit checking time because of this good quality models, and I think they will also would like to focus on the more complicated cases and not do this like really easy checks. And then and they also think that this streamlined communication in a transparent cloud-based system will provide efficiency. And the same as the applicants were mentioning, this systematic modeling will reduce design errors and maybe do some costly changes later in the process. So it's good to find the errors already during the design phase, of course. Yes, this kind of. And as a kind of summary from all the demonstrations, so this kind of a cloud-based permitting system, it's of course ensures that everyone is on the right page. So kind of transparency, both sides can see how the permit application is proceeding. It may reduce the time required for permit approval. And of course, all kinds of analyses, for example, related to energy performance or environmental checks, these kind of can help in obtaining green building certifications, green financing. This I already mentioned, this improved urban planning by integrating BIM and GIS, and identification of these issues early in the design. So these are like kind of our lessons learned, and this risk of reducing risk of human error is also one of these, of course. Yes. Okay, that's all. Do we have any quick questions at this point, or shall we? No. Okay, let's continue. Then I will invite Cloud Permits Ilkka Mattila, Chief Innovation Officer.
Thank you, Rita. Hello, everyone. Okay, so my speech or presentation will align very much what Rita just showed you. First, a few words about Cloud Permits. So what do we do? Obviously, we do permitting in the cloud. So we provide services for 241 municipalities in Finland. We altogether have 300, so we have about 80% of the market. We also provide same services or similar services in Canada, where we have more than 300 customers. Our biggest market right now is the US market, and that's also growing very fast. But in Finland, we have been doing this permitting service for more than 12 years already. So we are quite experienced with the process, with the digital process. And now in this Accord project, in the past 3 years, we have been developing the BIM-based process, adding those features and functionalities in the system. My presentation will be about the findings and lessons learned on the efficiency and the transparency. So there would be a lot to present about what do we do with BIM, but this is about the lessons learned. As Rita mentioned, there will be a new building act, or actually we have the new building act already in force, but the BIM mandate will be in force 1st of January next year. So it means that if you use BIM in your design, you must submit the BIM. If you get a BIM, you must process it in the municipality. Maybe last 3 or 4 years, we have been investing heavily in developing the system, and this is the solution that we have for BIM-based processing in Finland, added on what we already had. So the starts from the left, where the designers, of course, they design their own buildings, do their own designs and plans. They submit IFC, first validated. It's very important point that it's first validated. We know that it's a quality beam that comes in. Then we have a piece for model submission where you manage all the versions of the different models that you submit. What we are focused on this project specifically is the automatic model checking, and that's achieved by integrating Solibri Cloud services through an API. So that's in the background, we provide all the user experience. Then we also, in this project, we did the information extract. Means that there is certain information that's required by the authorities in the building permitting process that's in the model. So we read that once it's first validated. We also integrated a digital twin, so a 3D solution, but it's not in the scope of Accord, but that's something that we've done on top of what we've done in Accord. Then we also have archiving. We archive everything. We archive the process, we archive the data, we archive the models. Then we also, we don't keep the data. There is certain state registries where we are mandated to provide the data. So we integrate and we provide all the extracted data and the IFCs. So they are going to, in our national building logbook, or basically today is more like a registry, but it's the base for the logbook. So this is what it looks in real life. So this is when you log into Cloud Permit or Lupapiste in Finland. This is what you see. So if you're a designer, you can see all your applications in one place, or all your projects in one place. And it's not only for the applications, it's also for the inspections. From the first time you ask something from the authority until you finish your building, all is managed in this one system. If you're an authority, you're working for the building department, you log in, you can see all your work here. So we have one place where we have all the data, and we control what people can see so that they can only achieve and see the data that they are entitled to. So starts from here. New application. We start to make a new application. First, what you do is you specify the location. This is important because you have to know the ownership and the property data and such. But also, then we know the location. We can know the local requirements. The requirements basically on the property level. And when we come to BIM-based permitting, we can specify which are the rules applied in this municipality. And the next step you do is you select what you describe what you're doing. What type of project is this? A renovation? Is it a new building? And what type of a building? Then we know how to manage what is the data that we need, how do we process, who can process it, and so forth. What are the checking rules applied? And so this is what's created. All the project description contains all the data. This is what's going to the registries and what the municipality or the authorities are checking. Who are involved in a project? So all the members, who are the designers, who are the applicants, who are the owners, and such. So and that's how we can link them into the communication. We have the BIM models here. Once you have this ready, then you created this what we call a workspace. Then you just start submitting the models. You can see we can have the architectural model. We can have structural MEP. We also have building site models coming very soon here. And for each model, we do certain checks that have been configured for this type of a project. So we have everything in one place. If you have multiple buildings in your permit, then you have the same for all the buildings. So everything is one place. And now here it's just one line, it's one model. But if we open one, we see a lot of data. So we have information about the project in one view. We have a 3D view where you can browse the model, and everybody who can access this workspace can see and then kind of, okay, this is what's about, and kind of get a good understanding what it's about. And also in the process, we can invite neighbors to see the same thing. And the bottom says that, hey, how is the checking going? How much green you have and how much red do you have? What has been checked and what has been passed and what has been failed. The part that hasn't been a part of the accord, but what I've already mentioned is also we can provide a view to the city model. How will it look? So this is also integrated into Cloud Permit through this 3D map. So you can see how it looks, and that's something that we want to focus in the future. So the lessons learned. So what did we do in a project? We built these systems and we started to get in some test models, and of course they were built according to the BIM requirements. That's what was told to us. And when we got that, it didn't work. Very poor quality. So we had to kind of say, okay, now you have to correct this and return, and now you have to submit it again, and then we check that our developers were doing that manually. So it's very inefficient to spend time in that. So first thing that we realized that, okay, the validation is the key. We must get quality BIM data. Otherwise, it doesn't give any value. It actually kind of it requires much more work from everyone if it's not automatically checked. When we started the project, there weren't the IDS available. But luckily, about a year ago, IDS was introduced, and that's very important for this whole process to succeed. So the validation must be in place to validate that the structure of the BIM is correct and the IFC is correct, and also that the required data is there. And then, of course, that's just to make sure that the data that comes in is good quality. But how does the designer do the good quality? So there has to be standardization in all the levels, like EU, national, like local level. Then it's not standardization. Instructions and standards wherever possible. There has to be good instructions and training. So that's where we are right now. As Rita mentioned, efficiency can mean many things to different people. So for authority, it usually means that, okay, we need to be productive. It means that for this application, I can spend less hours than before to increase the productivity. So we have to automate so that we can increase the productivity. That's one thing. Also, there is, and for the applicants, it's important to get the building permit quickly. So that's the KPI for them. And the answer to both of these is the automation. Machine to do the work, and doing that with the self-service. But also, there is some regulations coming into Finland that there is certain time limit for permit processing. You have to have your permit within 3 months. So to make sure that also then the authorities are very interested in the lead times. But the same key, automation. When we have started, we have this in production or kind of in use. Anybody can submit their BIMs in Finland, and we have had some experience already. What we've heard is that when the designers are doing their models, they're spending much more time doing those than before, because they have to follow the requirements, they have to provide all the data there. So it's very likely that they will spend more time doing the models than they've done before. So the impact will be negative in the beginning. That's very understandable, and that's just something that we have to bear and help the industry to do that as efficient as possible. the next 2 rounds or 3 rounds that they do their applications, then we have to give them the benefits. If they don't get any benefits and they're putting in more work, they stop doing it. So that's the kind of our moment of truth. So we have to really focus on how do we help the designers to do that so that they will get the efficiency benefits from the whole process. About the transparency, first thing when we started to do this, it was obvious choice for us to do OpenBIM. This is a government process. We can't choose any proprietary formats. One thing that we, of course, realized very early that when we used BIM, there is so much more data. It's like the magnitude is like 1,000 times more data, or even more than with the previous methods. So obviously, that in somehow that's increasing the transparency. You have all the data, but also you have to kind of understand that it doesn't bring transparency alone, because the data is so complex, and if it's not presented to you proper way, you don't understand what's happening. So it's not transparent if you don't understand. You can see the data, you can see the numbers, you can see some values and red and green, but if you don't understand what happened, so it's not transparent. There's some questions that we have to consider when we show the data. That kind of brings the transparency. So you have to understand what has the machine done, what has the human in the loop done, and how the checking has been done, what was the input, what was the output. You have to understand that. And also, what is the role of AI then? Because it's a lot of data, and AI is very good in kind of presenting that to you in a human understandable way. So that's something that we also want to investigate. So user experience is very important. So you have a lot of data and you want people to understand what has been done, what has been checked, and what they need to do. So this is what we spend a lot of time with the municipality, with authorities and designers. So how do you see the data? So it's a key. So this is where we are right now, but this is what we have to focus on so that people understand what has happened. So there is a human in the loop, at least for decades. There will be like automatic decision making, and I don't take that as a target. AI is the helper, checking is the helper, bringing the data to the decision makers. Still, because not everything is automated, we need collaboration, we need the communication, and that's something that we are now also focusing. How to communicate through 3D, how to communicate through the digital communication tools that we already have. How do you leverage those? And it must be very clear for people to see, to understand that what the machine has been doing. And also, everything has to be archived. What has been done, who has done what the machine has done, what each of the stakeholders have done. Everything must be archived, because in the future somebody might might want to see that and then see on what grounds have the decision been made. And one thing that we also have to consider when we have a lot of data, some part of it is private. So when we are building systems, we must be very strict on the roles that what each participant can see. Yeah, but this is our lessons learned in efficiency and transparency. Thank you.
Okay, and then we'll have Jan Saar, really nice title, Chief Evangelist at Future Insights. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Rita, and all the previous presenters to really covering already a lot of topics, and especially the last two ones showing you some of the lessons learned and really the practical applications, and Finland, which is one of the leading countries, just like Estonia, where we also have a BIM-based permit system up and running live. But there was, in the beginning, I really liked there was a question of, okay, but where do you start, right? So what's the first steps? You know, there's a lot of research being done in projects like this. Some of it's quite overwhelming, some of it very high end, some of it not yet practically applicable. A little bit thinking on the AI stuff that we talked about. But in the end, it's really a question for the governments and municipalities is where to start. But I would just quickly like to get a sense of the room here. How many of you are from municipalities and governments? Can you please raise your hand? We have, great. We have quite a few of you. So excellent. So I'm mainly speaking to you guys now, and also online, quite a few. Yes, great. Because why? Because we're talking about building permits, and this process is usually run by municipalities, by governments, and we need this. We need to have a building permitting process. So that we're sure that the buildings we build are legal, they're safe, they meet certain standards. And the government, the municipality and the government is kind of key there, because you are in charge of the process. And if we're talking about, you know, transitioning to a BIM-based process, because, you know, the traditional way is complicated, it's expensive, it takes a lot of manpower, it's getting more and more complicated as regulations get more technical, as the buildings get more advanced, and not just buildings, infrastructure as well, right? Then we're talking about a BIM-based process that is, you know, having a lot of benefits. This has solutions, and the three kind of reasons, or the main benefits, as I see them, speed, quality, and transparency. And I really liked how Ilkka mentioned that, you know, transparency doesn't happen by itself when you implement this process, because it also increases the complexity of the data you have, which is all true. And when we think about the AI applications, and there was a question about, well, how can we trust AI to make the right interpretation? And the answer was, well, we can't, but we also can't trust really humans, which is also true. But an important part in why we use BIM and how it can help us create more transparency is also the visualization, because that's a way to validate as humans. And in the end, we're not talking about replacing the whole process. As Ilkka also said, you know, humans will be involved for decades. And I'm sure we don't want to replace humans. We want to create a tool that allows humans to check permits more efficiently, faster, in a more transparent way, and also increasing quality with the self-service, with the pre-checking. Last week I was at a conference for municipalities in Netherlands, where I did a workshop. We're using the same slides actually of the education package from that we developed in Awkward. And I asked the question of, okay, which one of these benefits speaks to you the most? And I was actually expecting to get, you know, speed, efficiency as the number one, but actually it was quality. For most municipalities, they're focused on quality, and they see that this will really benefit the quality of the applications they receive, the designs they receive. But it varies from, you know, region to region, from government to government. When we were talking to Ukraine, for example, their main focus is transparency, because they have a lot of issues with corruption. You know, there's different levels of corruption everywhere. But for them to rebuild after the war is going to take a lot of investment, and they want to ensure that that's transparent. So that's why they're interested mostly in having a BIM-based process. So, but still, coming back to the question now, the benefits, we've talked about them, where to start. Well, we have a start package. You should go online and download it, and I'll show you a few slides about it and explain it. But the target audience, again, is municipalities and government officials. And because software developers, I also come from Future Insight, we're a software developer. We developed Turley BIM, which is the solution piloted in Accord for the Estonian use case, and which the first version of which is implemented in the Estonian government system, where you can go online today and apply for a building permit using a BIM model. But the government municipalities and government officials are the key, because if they are not involved in it and they don't trust the process, then the applicants can stand on their heads, then they can do loops, they can send hundreds of BIM models, but it won't matter a lot. So that's why I really think the starter package and why we focused this, and it's actually for all stakeholders, but the real focus should be on reaching the government officials. And when we're talking about BIM, we're focusing on the building permit process, but it's actually a lot more than that. Because, we're not going to talk about all the benefits of BIM. There's quite a lot of them. I've never met an architect or a designer who started really using BIM and then said, well, after a few years, I'm going to just go back to 2D drawing because it's not for me. Never seen that. Never. So that speaks to itself. I see architects having a little smile. Have you experienced that? No?
Well, I think you use everything in parallel, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, but you don't say, well, I'm not going to use it ever. It sucks, right?
No.
So, and more often than not, you really see them transitioning more and more to BIM. And I think it's the future. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But as Ilkka also said, you need to validate the data before you start automating. So this is the refining part of the data, the validation. Of course, first you need to make it accessible. Cloud services, cloud is the future. You shouldn't install anything on your computer anymore. And if you ask a government official or a municipality official to install something on their government computer, boy, are you going to run into trouble. So it's always better to have a solution that is online, accessible for everybody, connected to GIS, etc. You validate the data, you can then automate it, and that's the building permit part. There's zoning permits, building permits, CO2 emissions, whatnot. You can do a lot of stuff before you start building, actually. But after that, there's a whole range of use cases that you can use this data because it's validated, because it is good data, it is structured, and you can apply it throughout the life cycle for maintenance, for renovation, material passports. There's a lot of talk about that. And you can use it for analysis, etc. But the process itself, in the morning we heard about the cutting edge of AI applying natural language processing, LLMs, to help us in interpreting the regulation. And well, kind of the answer we got from the panel was that, well, you can't really fully automate it. So you have to have a human in the loop. And I fully support that. The regulations are written by humans for humans, so they're flawed inherently. But you have to start somewhere. And it makes sense to start with the easy parts, the 80-20 principle again. You choose the regulation, you analyze the high priority clauses of that regulation, you formalize the rule, and there's different ways to do that. We also, in the Starter Pack, we have a kind of a very manual process, which is where there's a process map that shows you how to do it. And it's not really that hard. You don't need extra software or a PhD to do it. But you just need to do it together with a certain group of stakeholders. You define the checking method, then you define the requirements. Because what you want to check, why you want to check it, that defines, okay, what you need to have in the model. Because in Estonia, we also started a little bit backwards first. So we had this BIM standard, and we said, okay, we want to use this BIM standard in our checks. But we ended up defining actually like 20, 30 properties that we needed. But the whole BIM standard was hundreds and hundreds of properties that you don't need to run the checks that we implemented in Estonia. You develop, test, release, and you go back and you do another batch of checks. So it's an agile process, and it will take time, but it's important to remind you that you do not create the requirements. You create the requirements out of the need, and not the need based on requirements. You start with the why. You start with the checks you want to do. Open standards. Can't say enough about them. I'm a big fan of open standards. Luckily, we have Building Smart, which has developed really cool and usable open standards and still keeps on developing them. IDS was mentioned. This is kind of the whole OpenBIM workflow. So there's not one standard, there's a whole group of them. And this is for very kind of BIM focused, construction focused. We also have for GIS, we have standards from OGC like CityGML. So there's a lot of great standards out there. What I want to emphasize is that you need open standards, but you don't necessarily need open source software. And having worked in government, having been forced to develop software using open source principles, I know firsthand the pain of it and how much it will cost. And governments and officials always fear, well, we're going to be vendor locked in, we have to be neutral, we have to support the market, yada, yada, yada. Yes, you do. You have to use public money in the best way. And the best way to do that is to support open standards, which will keep your data free, readable by others, interoperable, and you're in control of your data. And you can choose whatever solution you want based on that data. So the key is open standards, but not open source software, because then you're reinventing the wheel over and over and over again. And you're going to be reinventing it every time you have to switch developers. Yes, it's open source, it's open code, etc. But then you need the more skill set. You soon discover, well, I need developers on my team. And really, is government supposed to develop software? That's not their job. They suck at developing software, let's be honest. We have commercial companies who are much, much better at it, whose business it is to develop good software. It's not the business of the government to do that. So yeah, I just have to say that. I emphasize it. Also, what to keep in mind, some lessons learned. There was a really good research paper, already mentioned, that looks at the information reliability measures paper. Leon van Berlo was involved in that from Building Smart. Rick Klosser from Future Insight and others. Pasi, I think you were also involved in this. Just a few pointers. You have to start with the right checks. Don't start with all of them. Select a few. Think about the really practical value checks you need and start with them. Requirements need to be simple, clear, and machine readable. Without saying, again, IDS, Ilkka mentioned this already. In Estonia as well, when we started already years ago with the project, there was no IDS. We had an Excel table with BIM requirements, and that sucks. So we tried to do templates for different softwares, work with software resellers to help us do that. But then you have to redo those templates with every new version of software updates. And usually they're not free then, these templates, and etc. So, but now there's IDS, so you can really describe the basic requirements and validate your models on that. Use a multidisciplinary team to configure the checks. And this is where the human aspect is coming in. And one of these team members could be AI, to be honest. But you also need to have a person who understands regulation, the building code. You need to have a person who understands the design, the BIM models, and a person who also understands what it takes to put it into software. So software development side. And then you can really you will interpret regulations anyway, but have the right people who have the authority to make a selection, an interpretation of that regulation, and put it into a check and see how it works. Try it. That's the thing. You need to try it. We can theorize all we want. We can do research. We can do project after project. We can do research after research. That's not going to get us closer to actually improving and solving the housing crisis that we have. Building more with less in more efficient ways. Open standards, again, don't reinvent the wheel, do it iteratively, etc. So you see all that. There's a few words about the Estonian example. The first version of the Future Insights solution software, which is also available as standalone, which can be integrated in other systems, because usually governments have already a digital permitting system. It has all the elements that already Ilkka showed, integration with the digital twin. It is used by all municipalities in Estonia, and we already have the first BIM-based permits issued. And it's live since earlier this year, actually. It's 2024, it should be 25, but okay. A little thing, one more thing I wanted to talk about is the fact that what is the hardest part in all this process? And we come back to the human aspects. It is the change management. It is the implementation. Because it's kind of like climbing the mountain. I like to use this picture. The standards, the technology, all the resources are there. It's like the gear we have in the backpack. And the implementation or the goal is to get to the top of the mountain. So we have all the stuff we need. The hard part is getting there. Maybe the hardest part is actually taking the first step, because if you're already on the way, it's kind of, well, I'm not going back, right? So you keep going. You usually do it together with some people, but change management collaboration is what's really needed to get to the implementation, and it's going to take time, no doubt about it. But you just need to start. And now I'm really talking to the government officials, the municipalities. And I'm using one of my favorite icons from a young youth watching movies. The Last Action Hero, you know, the really if he tells you to do it, you should do it, right? So, but start piloting, implementing today, because implementation will take time. But you just need to start somewhere. Start small, don't start big. Use the open standards. Be agile, and taking lessons from startups, like you prepare to fail, but fail fast. Learn from it. And just as one more quick plug for a next event coming up in Vienna. We're organizing the Digital Building Permit Conference for the second time physically. I invite all of you to be there. We just opened up also we're going to open up the submission for the practical track, and we really want to make this this year a more practical conference, not just academic, focusing on the academic and research side. Yes, we need to do that, and that a lot of good work is being done, and you'll hear about it at the conference as well. But what we really need is to have the actual implementers, the municipalities, the government officials there to see that it's not rocket science anymore. It's there, it's working in several countries. And all the software, the tools, the standards are there. You just need to implement, you just need to start. So yeah, with that, I thank you for the attention, and we go to the panel discussion, right?
Perfect. Thank you so much, Jan. And now I would like to invite the speakers back and also our moderator, so Anna-Riitta Kallinen from ARC Consulting.
Thank you.
And also Pia Nitz from Solibri, Senior BIM Specialist, and Shiham Yamani from Czech Project. Yes, then we are all set. Somewhere the slides are
Yeah.
I see.
Okay, welcome all. Nice to continue these topics that you were giving the presentation earlier, and these are very familiar topics for me, for daily based life, and so many development projects that I have been involving in Finland and in European and in global level. I know these guys very well. So I might be in this roasting mode when I moderate, but I like to be friendly also. So let's start nicely. Could you start presenting yourself, and who are you presenting, the organization, and short picture that what you are doing? If you would like to start.
Thank you. So I'm here on behalf of Czech Project, so representing the official coordinators who are Francesca Eduardo and Yentin as tutors, so I'm supporting them in the coordination level. And also, in the meantime, I have a second hat, which is I founded a spin-off who had two parts, parts in the GeoBIM software implementation solution that we are at early stage, and the second part is the independent software consultancy to help municipalities as exploitation phase after check, also aligned with Accord also results to make it more scalable to other municipalities. Thank you. And also I'm a postdoc, yeah. I've had a PhD, that's a small detail. Thank you.
Jan?
I think we already introduced.
We know you. So.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
jump to Pia, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you. Pia Nitz from Solibri, a senior BIM specialist. I've been working in Accord with the pilot projects and currently doing consultation to various entities around the world regarding building permissions.
Yes. So now we start with the questions. So, Sihan, how this check application process that you have been improved or developed, it improved the overall this kind of efficiency and building permit processes? How do you see?
Quite a vague question,
Yeah.
Simple but tricky
Yeah.
at the meantime. So I think resuming what has been done in 2 years almost, I can say a few bottlenecks also coming from my background. I think that efficiency, as both Jansar and Elka said, it is faster processes and automated processes so that we can make affordable housing and we can accelerate digitalization construction. So we are talking about time, we're talking about money, and we are talking about delay, risks in projects. But within Czech project, I think there are 3 things that were important in the efficiency parts is how a designer at the pre-submission phase can see the urban surrounding constraints and to avoid this iteration of redesign every time. And to avoid also, just saw yesterday, a demolition later. The surrounding of the building, it also includes the terrain accuracy. So from where these checks also are going to be automated, there are many softwares there, but how? The how behind it, and how can we make this data standardized with most quality and provided to designer at the pre-submission phase. I think that's one of the huge bottlenecks that we could do, because from research phase, Research Institute in TU Delft, we developed a converter and that could bridge the gap from the BIM side to the geo side and make this also from the geo side to the BIM side via another software vendor, RDF, that makes these elements provided to the designer. And he could also make sure they take them in consideration. Yeah, I can talk about also upskilling, but I wanted other things, but I wanted to give the chance to other to give their insights
How
first.
do you say about the role of this artificial intelligence, of this environmental checking, that how this building is going to be fit into the place or serve others, and should we have also the city planning and the infra components inside of the model that we compare the building itself? How do you see in this? Because you have researched this.
My research, also with my colleague who are now continuing the technical developments, is not related to AI, but it's mostly geometrical conversion, extraction, or algorithms to make sure that we can convert geometrically and extract automatically via IFC OpenShell. And we could have this data requirement after the BIM validation of the schema of the property sets via IDS be present in the GIS site and vice versa. So this is the algorithm that we focused on. And we talk about, he talks about garbage in, garbage out. We've had this, we failed many times to parse geometry, especially, for example, for curved overhangs or curved geometry. So we upgraded the code so that we can make it possible to have digital building permit data requirements for 4 pilot cases, simplified for scalable building height, accessibility, and other regulations. Data requirements. So that's
sounds interesting, and I see potential this using of AI for this process also the next step.
Yeah.
Because world is not ready after Accord, we have to continue of development and research. I think even we got wonderful results on this. Thank you. Let's move on. Jan, I have been in different stages with you and make this kind of promising that we can start tomorrow for the process if you like, and it's doable in other countries also than Estonia and Finland that we have already been working together. But how do you see that is the most important after the decision that we will start? What is the 3 points that you will put the priority? You mentioned something on your presentation also, but what is the 3 point to success?
Well, if you start, just keep at it, I would say, because it's going to be hard. It's not going to be easy. As it also mentioned, there is going to be a learning curve in the beginning. With every new technology, you usually have that. So at first you have a slight dip in productivity or efficiency because it will take time to digest the new technology, learn it, to get used to it. And you cannot expect from exactly day 2 that you'll have like a huge gain in efficiency. That's just not true. Acknowledge it, know it, but also acknowledge that just like with every other significant technological leap, after the early adopters and the learning curve comes a quick exponential increase in efficiency and adoption. So we are not at that point anywhere yet. We're still at the point of doing, the first municipalities, the first governments have started doing this. We are getting the first promising results. Really looking forward to, as you progress in Finland as well, and with the law that's coming into force in 2026, to see how that's going to have an effect, and that's going to motivate others. But Estonia started, already 4 or 5 years ago. Finland, when did you start all this BIM-based stuff? And maybe Anna-Riita, you know even better.
I don't remember even the starting year. I feel that I have been working
it's
over
been
20 years for these issues, but maybe 2015.
Well, Rava Free Pro was
the latest, but we had before that a couple of development projects. So it's a long path in Finland.
Yeah. So
I think we started the kind of getting familiar with BIM was 2016 maybe.
So, and that's just to emphasize the point. And now you see like Estonia and Finland as one of the front runners, but it didn't happen overnight, and it's not something that will happen overnight anywhere. The bigger the country, the bigger the market, it will be more complicated. But since we have done the hard work of learning and sharing our learnings with you, it will be a little bit easier journey. So the path is already a little bit in front of you, so you know where to go. But yeah, I mean, most important part, again, just start with it, start practically, don't overthink it. Don't do like, well, let's prepare a big tender, big project of millions of euros, and then it's going to get overly complicated, it's going to get overly bureaucratic, and in the end you don't understand what you're really procuring. So start with smaller pilots, prototypes, work from there. Start smaller in implementation, increase the number of checks gradually, and you shouldn't do everything at once. You can do it step by step in an agile way and learn as you go.
The importance is that you make the decision that we start. We don't want to stay in this level, we want to go forward. And I would say that there's a valuable lesson that when we started, we didn't have anything. We have ISC files, we have a property sets, and we have Estonian and Finland collaboration. but we didn't have IDS or others, and we managed to do that. And now we are focusing on the next steps. So I think that these are the importance also that you will trust the process and use all the material that already exists and these type of projects that ACCORD has been providing, because these are worth of gold for you when you start. And I have another question for Jan also, that we know that we can serve other process part than just the building permit part by building permit process getting better. So how do you see about these kind of European countries that has a problem with the transparency or other topics that they just don't have these Nordic process models that in the building or construction industry, how we can serve them also when we're serving the building permit process?
Excellent question, because obviously not all countries are as transparent and open as Finland, which is, you guys are a bit weird in that sense sometimes.
I admit that, yeah.
To be honest. But it's still about getting assurance and transparency. Like I mentioned in Ukraine, it's not the driver, it's not the efficiency nor the quality, to be honest. It is the transparency, because you have to give some kind of assurance, or at least start showing and improving the process, because otherwise it's a black box and nobody knows. And I think this is always the case with building permitting, and going from even within a country from municipality to municipality. If you would submit the same project, you would get different comments back, because people look at different things. So it's also about standardizing. And I think this is what we've discussed, Ilkka, with you as well. Like the three kind of main things that resonate with people is the quality, the speed, the transparency. But the fourth thing, which is not as sexy, is standardization, right?
Yeah.
All right. Yes. I was hoping to maybe add a few comments.
It's really interesting, because at the end of the project now, we are working on the standardization outcomes, suggestions to both Building Smarts and OGC together, and that could be also collaborative work with ACCORD to get the best practices out of it that are aligned for both sister projects. And it is really, really important. And we keep talking about sexy names. We've been talking about smart cities, digital twins, many years when I started my research, I can say 9 years ago. And the same problems are the same, still standardization. Still, we couldn't connect two environments, two standards, and we're still working on enhancing it. Extensions via application domain extensions, via, because my geo site background, or via mini standards that are coming up, like StitJSON, which is flexible into the extension related. So we are still working on it, and one of the submissions we're doing to OGC is also what are the entities that are coming out digital building permit project that could extend it. I would like also to add something to what Jan said about the from where to start. It is really important, because Pablo showed in the early stage statistics three main important things, and one of the top of statistics is resistance to change. It was not the tech, it was not the percentage that was really high is resistance to change, and when I saw the statistics of municipalities all I know here, they are low, so resistance to change is to every component. And what I want to say for that is, the small budgets, for example, we started now with Municipality of Amsterdam with just €5,000, just small package for upskilling, just so that the organization also level communication just between departments, that they could show what are the resources needed, how can we map the process to some simplified level of digitalization. It cannot be highest one, automation, and then they can be autonomous, and at what each phase, for example, in Future Insight will be there, and then software will be there. So the first side of the process is from where to start, they needed to be guided in the process. So I think it's a great a gap now in the market.
Also, I could add to the starting of the process. So we have been developing multiple products to many markets. All our products started with piloting. So we want to get the the users together. We want to get the innovators together, because we want to get the enthusiasm in the development, and we want people who want to get changes. So we collect those, and we make prototypes. We make simple minimum viable products, and we introduce those into real use very early. So that's a good way to start, which is not like it's very agile. And if you want to do a big change, and you try to first specify everything. Okay, this is the process standardized. This is everything is standardized, and then you are ready to do. Then it's a very big change at one time. So if you start by adding little changes, I think that's at least for us, that has been a working way.
Yeah, so now we know how to start. You know what to do. You call the queen or the chief evangelist, and we make the meeting, and that's the running point.
Don't forget about me.
Yeah, I don't know your title. I'm sorry.
Also, JUBIM consultant.
Okay. You don't have this kind of royal or other title that we have in Jan.
Okay. Yeah.
But then let's move on. I'm assuming that we will have a lunch break soon, so let's move on. Ilkka, how do you see this? When you have the platform that you offer, how do you see this potential with this REST API data flows and these open standards and connecting to other countries that would like to have some part of, for example, your software? How do you see, is it possible that if they have already a running process on the digital platform, that they can send PDFs and make, for example, the decisions, but they don't have the BIM part? This open BIM part, do you see this is possible to add something on the REST API connections that you have made in these ACCORD projects for this implementing this Finnish and Estonian concept to other countries?
Yeah, I think this architecture that has been developed in ACCORD and whole architecture and the APIs, it enables countries and local governments to start from various kind of stages and kind of with different approaches. You can either try to eat the whole elephant and kind of get everything, like we want to digitalize, we want to take the BIM and everything, but you also can have the digital platform, you can have your permitting and add those BIM features that we've developed or has been developed, as long as they're using the standard APIs. So I think it's efficient to develop. Or then you can also do it the other way around. If you have something that you can you use for checking, so you have those automation parts, like what we've done with Solibri, but it could be something else as well. So if you have already those available, I kind of envision a state where we can just plug and play, take those components that do the checking, and you can add those on the platform. So that's what the API enables. But it also needs that there is a market and there is providers who does checking solution providing those APIs. So I think I hope that there will be kind of a market where you can choose the best technology that you want, and you don't need to change everything, but you can start from where you are.
You can combine different softwares because they are all in the global standards, and there's this API possibilities. You can take the best of the best. So let's move on. Pia, I know that you have been done this checking process so many years, and you are the leading one who makes these use cases and the checking rules, not only in Finland but other countries in Europe. How do you see this outside of Europe situation? How is the countries in this outside of the European, how they would like to proceed, or do they have some signals that they are going in this process also? I know that you have a global workplace, so maybe you can open up a
Thank you.
bit.
A global question.
Yeah.
Firstly, I would like to start with the efficiency. The similar thing that we meet, and I meet every day, is what Pablo also pointed out and was discussed here, that the willingness to change, the resistance towards the change is similar among everyone, wherever you go. That's the first step. Then where you start, you have the standardizing. I would like to add in the responsibility also into these questions, that those people who are making decisions how to proceed and start this kind of development, when you're doing the POC, there's always the money men with us. You have to prove the concept to be also valuable in future. So it's not just the technology providers and the officers alone. There's always someone who is financially involved. So that's the key. Make a good pitch. When we go to the transparency, which was the topic also here, it depends on the structure of the governance. We have so many different types of country arrangements. If you think of a US, you have different states. In Canada, they have different territories. We have Germany, different regions there. They have their own governance. How to find a harmonized way to do this process? Really difficult, challenging. Some states or some regions can say that, dream on. One lady came to in one meeting, and I think some of us remembers this, that she goes to the permitting office with the bags full of printed PDFs, gets the sticker, gets the signature and the stamp. Good. Then you go to another office and get that scanned into another PDF that you take to another instance, and this round takes only 3 months. So I'm a big fan of our Finnish process, very transparent way, even being a weirdo, but still it's easy. But the governance in Finland is that you have the Building Act, you have the discipline, the domain to be checked, and then you have one instance that is doing the authority work. So basically everything comes from the one booth. If we go to, for example, in Singapore, there is several agencies that are doing the work simultaneously for your permit. And your status of proceeding is depending on each agency. What do I know about my process? I know the status only. It depends on how they work. And I hear, do I fail or do I pass? And then starts the dialogue. In Finland, we have the continuous dialogue from the very beginning. We can see the communication and what happens around that, depending, of course, the role. But that's the big difference. The governance, how it's built up, what is the responsibility, then comes the cultural aspect, which is really strong, that if you are the responsible for the checking and the decision making, you have to be really thorough and keep it quiet if there's anything that you doubt or is interpretable. In Finland, the applicant is fully responsible of the content, not the authority.
Yeah, actually, there's an interesting question about these technical issues about the process. There's a question about that. Do you include more than one legislative act, or it checks legislative from different ministries?
Well, it depends on the order, of course.
Yeah.
Like in the Singaporean case, we have studied the several agencies. There is overlapping regulations. But currently we are doing with the BCA only the accessibility, which is overlapping with the PUB and the LTA. So it's not just one agency or one regulatory content.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's really relevant. The case of Portugal that we had within the pilot case, we had two municipalities, the Lisbon case and Vila Nova de Gaia. And for the Lisbon case, we had, because it's an urbanized specific area, historical, and it was an overlap between the national regulation, the municipal regulation, and then the PLOS, which is a specific regulation for just the historical area, because you need further regulations that was not selected as priority. The texture, for example, materials, when you want for the renovation to add a floor, so you need to make sure that IFC materials also, that a rule that it should be specific material there rather than to respect the historical context, of the area. So this was really one of the things that we needed to do it human, not AI based. So to see how far we can implement it. And one of the things that helps is the GIS part, because we could overlap also spatial analysis with other 2D zones that could also make us know what is specific application overlap of limits of each regulations. So
exactly.
That's one of the bottlenecks.
Yes.
And as you can now see how complicated this building up these checks and research the law part before building up the checks and use cases, you understand why Jan said it, that focus on the most important ones, because you can be whatever this loop and discuss that why we didn't have this fire regulations, which has 5 or 10 steps that needs to be checks and other models and some cases. But if it's like this, then it's like this. It should be like that. So I think that you should have a really good validation also for the checks, because they are in Finland, because we are weird. So we have been open these use cases, that what is the process and what is the measurements and what these rules are doing, because people need to also understand what is the concept, that they can trust the process, that I'm not, there's something not behind the curtains that I don't know, because we need to have the open process also.
Yeah, just a quick comment maybe on the rules is exactly, start with the ones that are really practical, which we're actually checking, because in some cases you have hundreds of rules that you're kind of checking, but you're not really checking, or just don't add value, etc. So what we did in Estonia as well was we identified what we could check. It was like 200 checks or something like that. We put them on a 2 axes. One was check, and the other one was the complexity of implementing it. Yeah. And we went for the high value, low complexity first to pick those, and a few ones that were more complex, but also added a lot of value, like the distance for fire exits, which is technically a bit more complicated to do. But and just for the record, I like weird. So
you have to like it, because we are friendly countries.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I would like to add on the description of the checking rules that you mentioned. So I think it's very important for the sake of transparency to give the descriptions of the checking rules to the public, what has been checked or how this is working. So it's not a problem for anyone if they get green color, like your check pass. When they get green color, okay, what happened? Why? So you have to go and check that, is it really doing, what is it doing, and how is it checking? And that's why we need to provide both the description and also the input and the output, so that the data is there, so people can go and check. So that's one thing. And the other thing is there can also be some like a group, or it can be the regulator who approves these. For certain people, it's okay that somebody has checked this and approved, and this is working correctly. Some people want the proof, they want the data. So you need to have both, and that's why it's very important to kind of do the documentation properly, and think that what happens when there is a red color and then somebody wants to do the investigation on their own.
Okay, let's move on, Rita. As you have been successfully lead this ACCORD project and other projects also, you have a highly skilled for this. I would like to ask you that how do you see these EU level benefits of this? Maybe we could have some EU level rule sets or some other benefits that we can tie our collaboration between EU countries after these Accord projects, if you can answer shortly.
Yeah, it has been quite eye-opening, I think, throughout the project, how different the regulations can be in various municipalities and so forth. But we were discussing a little bit with if we could maybe do some standardization between Estonia and Finland. But to be honest, even though in Finland we have the same regulation, we have a sort of top 10 municipalities that have been working a lot together to kind of interpret the regulation in a similar way. So as they have been written for human by human, so there are some differences in interpretation. And Anna-Riitta has been leading very many national projects with these municipalities, and I guess one message could also be that you don't have to do this alone, so you can look at like collaborator municipalities and start this journey together to have some like forces together. At least that has worked in Finland quite nicely. So big cities are kind of showing the way and smaller ones are mainly implementing the same steps. So small municipalities, they don't have the resources to do everything. So
in Finland, we take all sides of municipalities to this together and discuss, and they are all valuable, not just the biggest one. That's the lesson that we learned from RAVA 3 Pro, that all are valuable, and we make together these goals and success and results. But thank you. I think that we would like to discuss more about this, but we don't have the time anymore. But thank you. I'm sorry that I couldn't take any more Slido questions, but I'm hoping that these discussions and development still going on after this Accord, and thank you also. Everyone has been participating in this Accord project. I have been honored to taking part as a sub-consultant for the VTT. I'm looking forward to the next ones. Thank you.
I would like to add just one thing, is that we have the same also final event for Czech project, and it will be in the 2nd of September. So if you're also interested or like eager to see results for another Alliance Sister project, feel free to attend. Thank you.
Thank you. An applause for the candidates.
And now it's lunchtime, so. So welcome back. I hope you all had a really nice tasty lunch. So we will head towards our last session, and we again have 3 presentations and then nicely moderated discussion. And first I would like to invite my colleague, senior scientist Tarja Mäkeläinen from VTT, about the processes to be processes.
Okay, thank you, Rita. After lunch, the best moment to talk. All right. Yes, this area is very important for the change management and transitions to be needed after we have developed so nice and really state-of-the-art technologies in Accord. So my presentation is about that when you have decided that you want to do the transition, so what are your steps, how you can go forward, so how to make the transition. There were in Accord project 2 tasks which were helping to understand what to do. The first one was that we needed to formalize the future digital permitting process, and also understand that what is happening in the transition from the point of view of all actors needed. This was actually something that we added because it was so important from our point of view. And ending to really country-specific recommendations and actor-specific, country-specific recommendations. So we have like something for all. So the aim of the transition, of course, is to really get all these promised nice new serviceability, maybe efficient process throughput, having less manual work, really concentrate to interesting assessment task in the permitting process. And also what is being talked quite a lot in Finland when we have quite of a really this transition already happening is that harmonization of the assessment principles, so that every municipality, the officers does the assessment quite in the similar manner content-wise, because it's semi-automated. It's more harmonized. And the first thing is to really understand the maturity steps and where you are at the moment. So, okay, we have decided transition is a good thing, because change will be inevitable. The digitalization will happen also in permitting process, but transition is the choice. Then you take really the lead to your hands. So the digitalization maturity, the big picture, understanding what it is all about, and then the steps in transformation, which also gives you the vision stages and the maturity steps and the actors. We did something called transformation matrix. So we defined quite many development actions for all the actor groups when they are moving from manual to digital, from digital to automated and advanced. That what are really the key actions to be made, and based on that, it was possible to make some nice recommendations. This all was gathered together for a roadmap, having some timelines in a short, medium, and long term, what should be done, and all the way in all of these main actor groups, the applicants, authorities, policymakers, and service provider. So to really understand that this is transition needs to happen together. And then we come to the processes. Would be really nice to have a kind of a bigger understanding that where the change is in the process, and then also because we talk about data, then also the BIM workflow and data flow descriptions are important in those later stages. We did quite a good job. I would like to especially give my credits to German team and Spanish team. They run a really comprehensive workshops within their authorities and other stakeholders. In Finland also, we did the workshops digitally, very nicely also. And in UK and Estonia, they already had gathered quite nice information about the drivers and barriers in the transition, and did some key interviews. So you can kind of find the needed information for the roadmap very different ways, but I think the most meaningful way is if you can get all the needed stakeholders into safe workshop and start learning together. Spain, at the moment, really the first developments are ongoing with digital platforms and aiming to more automated level, and the roadmap helping to understand the key actions to be done. You can ask Consul for more content. All what I'm presenting also is in the report, which is public, so coming up soon. In Finland, as said already, we have had these digital platforms, 2 type of them already for a decade or 2, and over 80% of all our municipalities do have the digital platform. So it's a good way to start the automated, select the automated use cases. The first one we have really top-down use case, but also others are quite well, not easy, but the logic is already there. So we are really looking for having the next use cases also, and all the way to the advanced level to integrate the data to city models and archives and such. So the transition pathway, you cannot see the content here, but what has been talked before in earlier presentation was that you need to kind of select the regulations, the machine readable regulations and rule sets. You cannot do everything in at the same time. So here is something called minimum machine readable rules has to be there in hand, and then the second phase, the full set of machine readable rules. What makes sense to get into semi-automated or automated system. So that is a very important task, and the responsibility lies in authorities, policymakers. Okay, well, we are still in the Finnish example. We said that the whole vision will go all the way to the very advanced future picture, that there will be also very informed decision making, utilizing feedback loops, situational big picture in the permitting, and like also using the building project, the digital building permitting processes as learning to do this process better and better each time, and also visions for all the actors defined. And based off all the recommendations were done, country-specific recommendations, and Larissa will talk more about the common consolidated regulations, what Accord resulted from this research. Then I will like to show you something about the processes. This is not the process of developing tools or making the rules machine readable. This is the process for the actors to integrate and collaborate with each other in this future to be digital permitting and compliance process. We chose quite a high level process description, but still some elements that also could take the data and BIM workflow into questions. That's why we have the two process descriptions as results. But still, going back to the transformation pathway exercises, our observation was it was not a kind of an it was actually quite weighted results, that the transformation pathways in all of these 5 countries, they were quite different actually, and it's quite logical as the starting steps are different. But also what came out in the workshopping events is that the dynamics, how the development starts and proceeds in different countries, are also very different. it's like the question is that how much awareness raising needs to be happen before really some action started, or also which actor groups are the most important, where does the transition start, and also how it should be steered, that is it top down, middle out, are the clients and municipalities very important role, or is it how much bottom up actions are needed, like efforts from really the discipline level. So this was very different in different Accord demonstration countries, and that was our decision then to develop something we call to be reference process. So some kind of process description that would help the regional and national bodies to make their own. We cannot like just make a suggestion. This is something that really the stakeholders need to be involved in. So the elements, actors are important. Also, we aligned those main sub-process stages in building permitting to the bigger building life cycle phases. Decision-making points are important, task flows and data flows. The last ones in a different description. It looks like this. There's a bigger copy in the coffee room, and I'm very happy to go through with you if you are interested in those different content. And then when you have now the transformation pathway and you have the reference process, then the last part is then you really, when you are using very advanced, nice platforms and tools, you also need to understand that how these tools are acting in the process level. Rita already showed this picture that might be self-service checking checking the BIM and compliance in some countries. There might be really an effort to use the platform as really a collaborative platform and take all the possibilities of the visualization during the assessment. Pre-consultations, these negotiations before the submitting is also, it was quite much highlighted that's a very important area, and some compliance checkers we did in Accord are actually in that phase, and then the assessment is possible to do with traditional ways and also automated and semi-automated ways. And our compliance checkers, most of them are then on those areas. Several tools were developed, but like in this description shows that how the BIM workflow proceed through the stages and where the data is handled in checker tools and in platforms. But this doesn't tell you so much that what is under the engine. So this is really the human view to the new process. And of course, more checkers, more use cases, really needed and wanted, and also this data that is issued and permitted. It's really good for city models, any other environmental built environmental level platforms and archives directly. So it should be good for those repositories. the way these process descriptions were possible to make is really the use cases in a project like this. We had really good use cases which were using the tools and using the machine readable regulations, and we were able to fulfill the mission of Accord, but really the very important area is to work with the regulations and make them machine readable and also develop different rule sets for the checkers. That's without that work, it's not going to happen. The transition does not happen. This is very logical, but cannot emphasize more. In the to be reference process, this is under process, something happening not in the business process, but separately. And in the data flow process, it's there as one part of the process itself, but there has been some background actions happened before. So that is basically my message to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tarja. And then I invite from Fraunhofer, Katja Breitenfelder, Project and Business Developer. Please go.
Okay, hello everyone. Katja Breitenfelder, my name. We are coming now to one last slightly technical session, taking a look again in the machine engine of our project, but it's just meant to be an overview, a very lightweight overview, so don't be exhausted in advance. I will guide you through the steps we took, the methodological way we took in solution development. So I was managing the work package solution development, and I will shortly guide you through what we did reach, finally coming up with some general recommendations, then handing over to my colleague Larissa, providing you with a final Accord recommendations as such. So I hope you enjoy. Our three main objectives obviously was solution development. So we are innovation action. It was presented nicely today. The diverse demonstration countries, the existing industry partners, also here on the panel, Cloud Permit giving the example. So we had the goal to work on technology readiness levels 5 to 7 mainly, but not reduced to that. And we agreed that we base our work on a common semantic framework that was nicely presented, and go from there to development of building compliance microservices mainly, but also APIs linked to that. So making a recap shortly of our process, we first worked a lot on our Accord semantic framework, already inherent in the visualization, the diverse components you possibly find later on in the Accord common cloud architecture. Here still discussing a lot about varieties in different countries, and also on how to engage the diverse stakeholders, being it the architect applicant or the building permitting authority itself, with the main cloud-based permitting service in the center of this component overview and attention. So coming from there, we subdivided. We had a first very elaborated work on user requirements, and here we were going from demo country to demo country, but also tackling high-level requirements that are again listed here. They were dealing with process levels, organizational levels, but also policy steering on national levels. Giving an example, of course, you will find everything still explained in the reports being published on our website. So coming from there, under leadership of our colleagues from University of Koblenz, we then went to technical requirement elicitation and analysis. And here we made the step from our framework to the actual cloud architecture. One of those things were the technical requirements being captured by expert knowledge and iterative phases in capturing the requirements, really leading to very detailed tables and elicitations, the table then going on, also providing first mapping to the individual national solutions or even use case specific solutions. So we mapped Accord framework requirements to then Accord cloud architecture component requirements. There were always slight shifts, and here you can see like our schedule. We went through different phases, not going more detail into it, but we also did like detailed and very usual system software engineering specific requirement elicitation, but of course always dealing with overall requirements and national very specific requirements, if not even use case specific. Then the colleagues of University of Koblenz also developed questionnaires. So also coming from the industry partner side, asking each and every partner, what is your intention in this project? Where are you heading to? Can you describe it further? And finally, with huge support of the technical board, where we also met, we came up with sequence diagrams and other UML modeling and first drafts of the cloud architecture. The final cloud architecture had, let's say, 2 previous versions. So each and every iteration we did, it was like, yeah, it was referring to a new report for Work Package 4, or it also just came up when we discussed on advancements in solution development in our technical board meetings. So this is now very project related, but actually that was then the framing of the task related to the actual solution development. And I put it here because I won't show in detail the diverse in-between steps we took. So there was always the requirement to provide from the partner side, solution development partner side, to at least try to document as good as possible in different states of the work, what is being developed, but also what is the planning for testing and validation, for example, coming up with acceptance criteria or a schedule for testing and validation. And that finally led to the deliverables you will find published on our website. And almost wrapping up, now is coming the final part. So finally, we have 2 integration strategies that is possibly important to understand, that there are individual microservice checking solutions that directly consume the formalized rules. And there's a variety of other microservices being developed that is necessitates an additional microservice orchestration component developed by Cardiff University that is consuming and then invoking those compliance checks. So this was the first one I mentioned, working more individually, the pipeline, and that is the final cloud architecture as you will find it published, as visible in dark colors, also including 3 new API developments in place, and in the center of attention, of course, our compliance checking microservices. And the pipeline was presented starting from rule formalization and the rule formalization tool over there being integrated in the visible manner. So almost closing, I put 2 examples. So how did we show what to integrate in each use case? How did we manage to understand it when discussing in between us, to understand it in the use case demos? And so we finally thought the service setups, we call it service setups, is a nice way to present it. It shows the individual subset of components and APIs being used for each and every use case. We have the inclusion that 2 use cases on CO2 in Finland and Estonia are summarized. And we have one exception that is also for the Finnish use cases that can be summarized in one service setup. But I brought 2 examples. This is a very extended version of the Spanish demo because it's almost using the entire component pipeline. Then a reduced example for German use case number 1 that shows that there might be slight differences, and if in case they exist, they are also presented, like an individual rule formalization approach for land use requirements in Germany, or being mentioned national information requirements, or even industry partner specific APIs that then received a letter to illustrate it. So I hope this small overview supports also your understanding when consulting our reports. I think I'm almost on the final slide. This we continuously tried to map our component developments to our use cases. Of course, this also received a final makeover, including the integration strategy. And here you can see the first hop on the cloud architecture core components, and then the compliance checking microservice and information services. And each and every component was used at least once in one demo-specific use case. Then we referred to existing definitions for technology readiness levels for the components. We took the European definition, but also for APIs, we referred to API maturity stages, and then listed in our final deliverables where did we reach. So of course, as it was our call, we were dealing with higher technology readiness levels for specific industry solutions in cases, but you will find here also in the individual accord developments, of course, then starting initially from a lower level, technology readiness level. So this is my final slide, now almost handing over to final recommendations. So we captured, we focused on interoperability. So we captured a cloud architecture, providing dynamic and flexible environment to also integrate future use cases and microservices. We came from a framework and developed our architecture and architectural design from there. That helped a lot concerning methodology. We could discuss a lot along the way and always advance step by step. We always followed a user-centric approach, first really even separating user requirements and then bringing them all together again with technical requirements. We developed iteratively and focusing, of course, on industry partner components, but also common accord components, and always aligning with the use case needs. So they were, of course, on our way, like shifts and changes, and it was a task to always keep up with that. And we also approach open source solutions and open API solutions, of course, at least our Accord common components that are available now. So, and yeah, communication was key, and always integrating feedback from diverse stakeholders, like on national levels. Solutions were being presented also to municipalities, and feedback was gathered in diverse manners. So that is my wrap up for solution development, and I hope a very good handover to our final presentation on Accord recommendations that will still tackle some of those points again.
Thank you, Katja. And then our final presentation by Larissa De Rosso from Architects Council of Europe. And you will also moderate the panel discussion.
And the final panel discussion. So we are heading to the end. And I think this could be a good conclusion that we present our 11 policy recommendations on building permits. So this recommendation comes from the report on the pathways from TARIA, supported by many other reports from Accord project. So I will go through the 11 policy recommendations, which you will see that basically it's summing up what we discuss here. I saw online a discussion of, okay, they are trying to ask to everyone to collaborate, but who is leading the process? I guess our first recommendation answered that. So the development of a common vision for a national BIM-based building permit strategy. So to have a common vision on what is going to be the strategy, the national strategy, so a roadmap, a strategy that established a vision with clear objectives, timelines for implementation of BIM-based building permits. So it's essential that there is this strategy that goes from national to municipality level. Then formalize machine-readable regulations and build codes. So policymakers should formalize regulations and build codes not only to human-readable formats, but also machine-readable formats. Up-to-date, comprehensible, and align with national and international standards. 3, development of a national and regional rule repository. So the development and maintenance of repository containing machine-readable regulations and check rules are crucial for effective implementation of automated code compliance checking to ensure the regulations are accessible, usable in an open format by various stakeholders. 4, implementation of an interoperable BIM-based building permit framework based on open standards. So open standards here is key. So ensure that different systems can understand and utilize data exchange between them. And open standards here, we are talking about IFC, BCF, IDS, so that will ensure the interoperability between different tools. But not only between, the standards doesn't guarantee interoperability only between tools, but also between municipal level, national level, but also between initiatives such as the Digital Building Logbook. So 4, the adoption of an interoperable cloud architecture. So for BIM-based building permit services, this architecture should be based on open service solutions that incorporate a diverse range of mature tools, process methods, and guidelines. And as we saw on the cloud framework that Katja just presented. So the services should support automated BIM model quality checks, including automated IFC data validation, as well semi-automated code compliance checks through the integration of compliance service via open APIs. The cloud architecture should be consistent, user-friendly, and secure storage data. 6, so promote stakeholder collaboration. I think we could not reinforce this more. Participatory multidisciplinary approach in designing BIM-based building permits, strategies, process, and guidelines to incorporate diverse perspectives, ensure that the needs of all stakeholders are addressed. Clear define the roles and responsibilities of all actors in the process. 7, support the transition with use case harmonization. So here, harmonization is the word. So harmonization of interfaces and unification of digital solutions to ensure seamless interoperability. So active participate in and support standardization initiatives. Also, best practice examples are always very welcome, and a clear framework to facilitate the integration of digital tools and processes. So 8, we said a lot here as well, training and competence in building permits. So training and capacity building initiatives for all stakeholders, common guidelines, This seems obvious, but it's always good to have it written. Acquisition of new tools, but also tools that will assist your demand, that will support your demand, so that will attend your demand of work. Also, a municipal help desk to facilitate the adoption. And we also think that presenting materials to decision makers to highlight the benefits can also facilitate the implementation of the building permits, the digital building permits. So 9, secure funding, certainly. Establish a dedicated research and development initiatives to address key aspects, including the integration of a BIM-based building permits with authorities' information systems, process re-engineering, the creation of interoperable interfaces, and the development of essential skills. We also encourage authorities to actively monitor technological advancements and participate in innovation hubs to better understand what is out there, what can they benefit from. So, 10, almost the end. Implementing feedback loops and continuous improvements. We also talk here in other presentations. So the problem is not to fail. The problem is not fail. We need to fail and we need to learn about it. And this is exactly what we are talking about. So feedback loops to support the continuous enhancement of digital building permit process. So innovation, new tools, we need to rely on these. And finally, our last point, address legal issues related to BIM storage and ownership. Incorporate clear regulations within the Building Act concerning the long-term storage, access rights, ownership of BIM models following permit approval to ensure legal certainty. Address key legal aspects issues such as digital signatures and model ownership during the digital life cycle of BIM models. So this is an overview of our policy recommendations. We will have a publication on this to deliver to the public administration. So I think for now that's all. I would invite now again you and the people online to join us in Slido, because we will start now our final panel. So, Brian, if okay, it's okay. So I will invite Arno, Eduardo, Sergio, Katia, Taria to come here so we can start our discussion. Please.
Can you repeat the Slido?
I'm sorry. So, yes, you can scan. Either you scan the QR code or you go to slido.com, and the code for this meeting is ACCORD. So, hello and welcome. Hey. So I will not waste our time introducing the ladies, because I guess we already introduced ourselves. So I will give the floor first to Edward. Could you please introduce you?
Okay, my name is Eduard Loscos. I run the manager at IDP Engineering Group, which is a medium-sized engineering company based in Barcelona. Although we have been recently bought by Bureau Veritas. Okay, so we are still trying to understand, okay, what it represents, but it's true that it's a huge opportunity as becoming as the center or the excellent center for BIM and digital twins. I'm also the acting president of the Building Digital Twin Association and honorary professor of Teesside University.
Thank you. Please, Arno.
Yeah, I'm Arno Alanko. I work for the city of Helsinki in building control as head of building permit unit. And we also have a small team for development and information handling, which I also lead with the team leader.
Thank you for the invitation. I work here in Brussels for EOTA, the European Organization for Technical Assessment. We develop a harmonized document for innovative construction products. But today here I'm representing CBC, which is the consortium of European building control. So we have several members, 20 members from 30 members from 20 EU countries.
Thank you. So I guess I will start from the beginning. So the session is called What are the new frontiers in digitalization of urban environment? So let's talk about the future. So I would start with Sergio on this question. What do you think is the new frontiers for this for the digitalization of urban environment?
Thank you. Okay, in the framework sorry, of CBC, our goal is to identify trends, share them with our members. We do not search for the best practice or the worst country, just identify what can be improved. Within this framework, we issued a first report on digitalization in 2017, so approximately 3 years before. Many of you already were fully involved. And then we have done the same in 2023. There were two main points: to monitor what is happening in general in every country, and what are the best practices per phase per construction phase, and building control, building permits are there. So we identify three main challenges in the whole process. The first one was how to increase efficiency in the building permit. For that, it was clear that bureaucracy has to be decreased in order to increase productivity. The second challenge in this aspect is that all these processes are within the municipality level, but regulations are developed for the whole country. In some countries, there are hundreds of municipalities. In other countries, there are thousands. So this is a challenge because resources-wise, it is difficult to manage. And the third one is that technical regulations. I mean, we have a lot of regulations at EU level, but at national level, building regulation, we know that this is the case already in Finland, have to be or must be machine readable, and this costs money. Then, how to start this implementation? I think I'm extremely happy because I have heard the same all over again the whole morning, which is it is important to monitor the implementation phase. So it is clear that there is a need for a good design, but the design is 10, maybe 15% of the whole effort. So the biggest amount of resources will come with the implementation, and probably artificial intelligence is one of these key elements. And of course, we need to start small, because otherwise it will not work out. So a country can assign 20 million, 30 million, but at the end it's better to say, okay, I'm going to allocate this specific amount of resources for this project and see how it goes and take the lessons learned. And in these projects, teams should have different background, from technical, administrative, construction, IT. So it is important to have a shared expertise in this group. And probably one of the key elements is collaboration, because we are all, I think most of us, we are all technical people, maybe IT, maybe architects or engineers, but there is a relevant part, which is the political side. So if there is not a common goal agreed at both sides, it will not succeed at all. So I think looking to 2017 and 2023, all countries or members of our organization, CBC, they have evolved significantly, but in 2017, some of them, they didn't even have started. But now they need to move forward because the situation is not going to start or to arrive. This is already happening. So this has been our shared common experience 2 weeks ago in Warsaw, where we had the privilege of having some of your members like Jan and Anna Rita in our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you as well. I would like to pick up on your point that we had different countries with 100 municipalities or 1,000. I know, Katja, on your Tarja, sorry, on your work, you have deal also with national differences developing the roadmap. Can you tell us a little bit about how this experience was?
Well, it was the direct contact was, of course, these national teams who were really doing the interviews and working with the stakeholders. So I just got the indications that it's really the dynamics, how to really move forward. It's we cannot do this without the local people, because they know the culture, they know the way how the development dynamics works. It's really different. For instance, in Finland, it's where's Jan? The weird Finnish people are working quite easily bottom up. So there are many people in construction field. They are interested in any technical or digital tools easily, and they start to try on. They find interesting tools or even can code a little bit themselves, and they kind of they learn themselves how to do it. If you have a then very innovative or an open mind client, building owner in the project, giving some space, then actually could happen that there is already some testing to be involved. But I cannot really think what I have now learned, for instance, in Germany, that this would be the case there, because it's really working in a totally different dynamics there. But still in Finland, I think that now we are in a really nice situations, because we already also now have the top-down initiative in place, and it was needed because to really make the transition to happen till the end, that the authorities and policymakers need to say that this is the way how to do it. And now we have it in Building Act. So all these levels are needed, but in Finland, I think in Estonia also, it's very, and in Nordic countries in general, it happens bottom up also, but quite naturally.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. As you mentioned, the Building Act in Finland, as I understand, in the 1st January 2026, there is a new regulation coming. And I understand Arno is quite involved in this process. So how do you see this process? What are the challenges in this process? But I will also like to add some audience questions. So you mentioned that the workflow interoperability of Accord is achieved. How the municipality validation workflow for reject fail results? How was the municipality validation workflow for reject fail results is automatic? Okay. If you could say the challenges, and if you could also address some fail results, please.
Yeah, thank you. It's the situation is very exciting, because we have ambitious legislation, and actually now we have even the degree for the law, which is even more ambitious than the original legislation. So we need like updating round during the autumn, and basically we need to educate our authorities and of course the designers to make the models right, and after that we can only like go through the piloting and testing, and after that there should be the adoption to use, and the timetable has been maybe the most demanding. And I have to actually say that Tarja told about the process, and I think we have been learning also how to develop between the many communities in Rava 3 and after that, and that's actually quite enlightening also. But yeah, the problems we have encountered maybe a couple of problems with the solutions, and I think it's part of the process that it might not work in the start, but it's a part of the development. So when we fix the problems, hopefully it will work in beginning of January.
Sure. And so I would also take the point of innovation and perhaps try to connect Edward with the digital building twins. So how the digital building permits and digital building twins in the building environment are related in terms of technology and future standardization, and how they can support each other on this road.
Well, I love that question. No, because I've been part of DigiChecks, okay, since the beginning, let's say. I think it was the first European project after the Sphere project, which was the first European project talking about digital twins in the built environment. That was the cradle of creation of the BDTA. Okay, and at the beginning it was like, but what are we doing in a digital building permits? Okay, so we are in the digital build, the building digital twins. Okay, so, but eventually I realized that I think that you mentioned we have to learn or to harmonize, okay, designers, okay, municipalities, okay, try to have, let's say, a backbone, and I will talk about the standardization later, okay, but I think that's crucial, as you were mentioning in your slides. Okay, so, and for me, it's the point of entry, okay, so as we see digital twins in the built environment, okay, because definitions is something that we are trying to standardize right now at the European level. But it's from the point of view of the product, okay? It's a 3D with some sensors connected, there are simulation involved, okay? So you can have synthetic data, okay? And you need to track that in time, okay? But in the construction environment or in the built environment, it is always really crucial how, okay, when are you doing this digitalization? Okay, because I think that we could agree, all of us, that our sector is one of the less digitalized. Okay, we have a completely different types of companies. Okay, of digitally literacy. Okay, so and it changed from region to countries. Okay, so it's a mess. Okay, so cutting the story short. Okay, so I think it's important that if we have this. I won't want to say mandatory, but sooner or later it will be mandatory. Okay, so we will have these digital building permits. Okay, it's like the point of entry, okay, of the creation of the digital twin. Okay, so what it makes sense is that if you are doing this effort, okay, in getting this digitalization, that you have a methodology to keep track, okay, with the changes that you are going to have in the future. Okay, and if we can link that with digital building logbooks, okay, and we can link with many things, okay, because at the end, one of the most important features of any digital twin is the capability to be aggregated. And this means to be aggregated with other digital twins horizontally, so with other buildings or assets, okay, so I'm including civil infrastructures in there, but also vertically. Okay, so with the city, I think the movements that we can see in urban digital twins is massive. Okay, but also in let's say in the lesser scale, that could be manufacturing. Okay, digital twins of manufacturing or digital twins of persons. Okay, which is something that is becoming more and more usual. So at the end, getting all this, okay, I know it's scary. Okay, because there is also deep. Let's say implications at ethical level, okay? Because when we are thinking of digital twins, we always think of digital twins of other house, okay? So never of our homes, okay? But it having a digital twin of our home, okay, it's something that at least to me something to worry, okay, so and it's something that we need to ethically, okay, understand what is the implications that we may have on that. Okay, but also it brings a lot of knowledge to use in decision support. Okay, so I don't know if I overextend myself, but the idea is that the digital building permits will enable, okay, the creation in a massive way of the digital building, of the building digital twins, or as we are call it in the standard that we are preparing at European level, inside of the technical committee 442, okay, it should be the asset digital twins, okay, and on this regard, let me say something that I think it's important, because I think we have been talking a lot about the open standards, okay, which I think it's crucial, okay, I think that the work that has been doing both Building Smart or the OGC, it's something that we are working, okay, on top of that, okay, I don't want to use Newton's words, but it's like, okay, when we are doing something at the BDTA, I always feel that we are, let's say, working on top of shoulders of giants, okay, because it's been an impressive work that they have done on all those 30 or even more years, okay, but I think it's also important to be aware of the standards that has been published in the last 10 years, okay, like the ISO series of the 19650 that was thanks to the Technical Committee 442 in CEN, okay, and actually the plenary meeting was in Madrid last week, okay, and I was there. It was mostly we were talking about digital product passports, which is something that is going to have a huge impact in all the scales, okay, because I think it was I remember we were discussing that some Chinese delegation came some months ago to a workshop about digital product passports, and they knew everything about that, okay. They have really clear that if they want to sell in Europe, they have to be compliant with the digital product passports, okay. Obviously, the group that is working inside of the technical committee, okay, in digital product passports at building level, okay, they are doing a really good job, and they are speeding it up a lot in let's say in the standard, because the European regulation really needs. Okay, so in all these, let's say, movements we propose, because in Kaunas, okay, and during the BDTIC, okay, we have the pleasure to have Rita, okay, and also people from Czechs, okay, and other people from Accord. So we had a meeting, a workshop with cities, okay, with sister projects. It was moderated by Christopher Robin, okay, from Estonia, okay, who was also part of Accord, if I'm not wrong, okay. So and it was, I think we had a really interesting, let's say, conversations, okay, and we crystallized in a document that we hope that it would be paving the way. I think it's doing that, okay, for the Digital Building Permits Conference in Vienna, okay. So it was a combined action also with the unit for DBPs, okay. And the idea is that this Kaunas Declaration, as we call it, okay, we have been trying to align more and more cities, okay. Right now, Madrid is aligning, Barcelona is aligning, Bilbao is aligning, and I think I'm based in Barcelona, so I'm let's say that's the examples I have got more close. But we were also showing the Kaunas Declaration to the convener of the Technical Committee for Oyvind. I think that he's connected, so that's really good to have his time, okay, serving what we are talking about. Okay, and we propose to start to discuss even what could be the future standards, okay, or even the chances to have, okay, standardization actions inside of the Technical Committee 442, okay, in terms of digital building permits, okay, which I think it's something that I was also discussing with Pablo, that he's not right now, but he was really interested also to see that, and I think that we can use all these 3 years, all this effort, okay, and all the actions that we have, I think is a really good, let's say, output, okay, of all the synergies among the 3 sister projects, okay, and also associations or let's say, all clusters as the EUnet for DBPs, okay, and I don't know, I was taking notes and trying to learn, okay, as potential guidelines, and also how this could be linked also with the standardization roadmap in digital twins.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I would pick up your point on the challenges to have our homes as digital building twins. The scary part of it.
It's a scary, yeah.
Of course, ethical challenges, but I would like to connect also to legal challenges, because I know that Katja has already some thoughts on the legal challenge of building permits and the BIM overall. And I know you have some experience in German on it. Can you give us a bit of an overview?
Okay, I was not prepared to that question, but I can gladly refer to it a little. Just proceed with the discussion, right? It was very interesting points, Edward. Thank you for raising them. So maybe I can wrap up a little. Maybe first some general thoughts. Now we come back from a broader view where it will lead to. So I'm well aware of the Kaunas Declaration, and coming back to our main topic, building permitting. Also there, it was like mentioned what we could see today in our results presentation, that there is not the one way. There are like industry partners dealing with open standards, bringing solutions right on the way, and on the other hand, there might be also still requirement of open source solutions, of low cost solutions for municipalities. There is the need out there, and how and when to bring all of those things together. So my first consideration I still wanted to bring today is that the basic ground or basic level field is actually the widely discussed machine readable requirements and regulations. So now coming back to our building permitting main topic of the day. So I see here also as we tackled it in Accord and in the other European projects, the main driving force to bring it even more like to a top-down approach, that when we also tackle this with open standards and open solutions in the future, it could be used by industry partners. There could be solutions like in Germany, we have both pathways. So we have like an Open Online Access Act, and there are services to be reused for digital building permitting, but also now on the way to be provided like a BIM-based building permitting in the future. But on the other hand, federal states and municipalities, they are free to decide to use that and or like industry solutions. So however finances go, however they decide, even on a municipality level. And to bring this all on board, for me, the game changer is actually a machine readable regulation, could lead to a top-down approach, of course, to re-elaborate in the future how those regulations are being provided by authorities. Actually, that's the main thing. So that's the main point. But now coming back to your question, we are in Germany taking now just our example. There are also, besides Accord, other projects dealing with piloting, building permitting, and as mentioned, we are still on our way to digital building permitting. But anyhow, we are dealing well with on the road, like providing like prototype solutions for those legal aspects, like bringing really digital signatures into BIM models, having like individual engineering models, architectural models, like being signed by the authors, then provided. So we have here also in the framework of GaiaX very nice developments, very nice first results on how we could possibly deal in the future with shared ownerships. And there is a kind of variety. Yeah, there's like we have different container formats being proposed or used, even different solutions for digital signatures, but it's not let's say officially legalized yet. What we propose in Accord is our final recommendation. That's actually to bring it really into application. It's a main issue, and of course the application then is not only building permitting, but we will be dealing with our digital models in product passports in so many aspects that actually our last 11th recommendation to solve it, and also like now we see a variety of first technical solutions, but really let's say nail it on a regulatory level. That's a very pressing issue now. Yeah.
Thank you. So I have a question here from the people online. I will address all of you, so feel free to jump into this question. So, does the manual permitting process affect in affordability of housing? What is the significance of digital permitting process in the affordability in your country? I think this is mainly the question that the European Commission is dealing now. How do you see the building permit together with the question of housing affordability? How do you see these two topics together? Sergio?
I can give my views. I share my views on this. I mean, in many countries, there is a need for thousands of buildings, houses, in the short term. And except in Finland, that it can take around 2 weeks, the building permit. I'm aware of it, so I can confirm this. It's excellent, but this is not the case. So if the an investor needs 24 months to get a building permit, then there will be significant consequences in the whole process. So without entering too many details, this is a big barrier to reach this social goal. This is my view.
Yeah, maybe I could add that we discuss much with the builders, of course, and time is money, and that if they know when they get the permit, it doesn't matter if it takes half a year or like 7 months. But if they know when, then they can have all the system ready for the realization of the building project. That's more than of a cost than the building permit.
Yeah,
so
I see.
Time is money.
Time is money, for sure.
I'm sorry, because this means predictability. This happens in EOTA, where when we develop documents, harmonized documents, manufacturers need to know when it is going to be delivered. Same cost. Fully agree.
So, great. We have a question from the audience.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it's a question. And I just wonder, in terms of the value of digital permit of affordable housing, whether the value is more close to what our colleague, like a Future Insights representative, said earlier, towards quality in terms of increasing certainty and transparency. Because, if you do affordable housing, you are a housing association, then you're responsible to your tenants. And then with digital permit, you can have all these records, which give you a lot of certainty.
Yeah.
I think personally, I think that probably create more value because as you all know, the permit have a lot of factors, politics being one. And then, maybe automating it, can you save time? But how much? Personally, I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
I think that certainly help, but probably the value, I would say more towards the certainty and transparency. That would be my understanding of it.
One aspect more is what we touch a little bit in Accord also, but I think it's a theme of its own is the type approval. So that if you have like an affordable housing, I mean like a 3-story, 4-story building, housing building, then to design it in a way that you can modular it a bit, but still it's really the quality of the construction is known. Then maybe there is in the future a line that you can see kind of a type approval of this your typical housing constructions, and therefore it could be a very smooth process to get a permit also. We haven't really studied it, but could be one option.
Yeah, and I would like to add also that the detail or zoning plan is affecting more than if we have a IFC model or not, because that's maybe the main issue. What is difficult to find? How do we interpret the detail plan and the demands that it will set, not the demands of law. So.
Compliment on Arno. Indeed, when I mean the digital product passport is an EU initiative, mandatory for all member states, but at the end, building codes are developed at national level, and there is a need, a must to be linked, and this is not that easy. So we can call it a standardization, we can call it harmonization if we do not want to be too strict, but this has to work perfectly fine. So I think what you are doing here is excellent, because you do not try to standardize, but you try to harmonize, to share knowledge and try to see how it can fit all together. So this is the way forward. And at the end, of course, send TC 442, probably working group 12 or 13, if the building permit is one of the working groups, need to jump in and decide. But I think it is key that everybody understands their role, but independently on your situation, there needs to be some matches.
Perfect. Any other questions from the audience? No burning questions? Okay, good. And I also see that the online audience is quiet. I'm aware of the time, so I would like to thank you all for your participation to this panel. And I think now we are heading to the conclusion of our meeting. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, just in time. Thank you so much for all the panelists, and yeah, quite a day. I don't know how you feel. Lots of information, and thank you for your active participation. Thank you also for the online audience. I hope you got something. There were quite many topics, from technical to process to transformation to all sorts of things. So I hope you got something out of the day. I want to thank the whole Accord Consortium for the great 3 years. As I said in the beginning, lots have happened, really good things. We have worked very hard, and yeah, I'm very proud of our work. So yeah, I hope we will figure out how to integrate maybe the work from the sister projects and take this forward. And thank you also, Edward, for bringing up these future topics. And